That didn't feel very good plugging in just then. Felt like a mistake. Hopefully my audio quality is okay. If you guys can hear me all right, let's get that social stream thing going so that we can have YouTube chat up here as well. Of course, as is typical, YouTube cannot hear the music because otherwise I will get copy struck to within an inch of my own life. Because apparently violating copyright is worse than violating the Geneva Convention in this modern world. Instantly, somebody else owns my entire stream when I play audio frequencies that are not mine. Which, you know, can't argue with it, but... Wait, did I not write all the things for this? Wow, I gotta go back to that one. I got work to do on my day off. What alerts? Butterdog commented, "Is this real?" That's funny. It's real. It's real. We did actually bake our 3D prints in a toaster. And it's not even my idea. It wasn't even my idea. It was a YouTuber that did it first. It wasn't me. I didn't do it. I ain't do nothing. I just put it to the test. And the test results were basically that while, yeah, you can make all kinds of really cool pressure vessels and stuff, you need very, very fine salt in order to do that. And it would probably take a lot more packing than I did. And you probably can smooth your print from there and get like the outside to look really good if you're doing something like an opaque container. I wanted to do a transparent container. And so that's where we kind of ran into trouble. It just doesn't... It doesn't do the right thing. It definitely seals the print, though. I mean, that was pretty well sealed. It just wasn't until a year later, maybe a year and a half later, that we discovered that the ultraviolet epoxy did it perfectly. And that's what's sitting behind me right now is the sealed laser. We're going to give it the test of time, and I'll heat it up periodically in order to figure that out. And in the meantime, we'll work on other parts of the laser. But for now... Oh, here, I need to give credit where credit's due. Otherwise, I'm... filthily stealing this music. It's from the Audio Library YouTube channel. Audio Library YouTube channel. All right, we got a lot of building to do, which is a good place to be in. I took a look at the gearboxes last night, and I tried to sort out the meshing. Oh, it fills me with joy that somebody found my YouTube VOD channel. Hey, what's up, Walrus? That somebody found my YouTube VOD channel, or sorry, my VOD channel on YouTube, and left a comment, "Is this real?" to me putting 3D prints into a toaster to try to seal them. That tickles me. It's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful, beautiful thing. I saw a recipe today, just now, that was apparently, I guess, from a TikToker. And what they were doing is they were making Margaret Thatcher's favorite snack. And it's not poor people like it probably should be. But it is apparently this, it looks like a flan, kind of, except that it's a big mix of umamis. And what you do is in the base component, you put, what is it, cream cheese, and I think bouillon, or something like that, with curry powder. And then put that in the bottom of one of those little, I forget what they're called, they're little, what you would serve tiramisu and whatever those things are. You put that in there, and then on top of it, you put jellied beef broth and mushrooms that have been blanched in, or mushrooms that have been, I don't know, something to do with lemon on the mushrooms. So it's lemon, beef, mushroom, curry, cream cheese. That's some World War II, like, you know, save your resources kind of shit right there. I don't understand. I cannot imagine what that tastes like. It's lemony beef with a component of cream cheese to it. What is this? This sounds too upbeat. Way too upbeat. Get out of here. Okay, that person does not know how to paint. Clearly they've messed up. They do not know how to paint. Maybe stick to music. English, am I right? God. I mean, maybe, you know, think about it this way. Like, if you're a famous person, everybody and their dog is going to ask you what your favorite food is, right? If you're that famous, if you're Margaret fucking Thatcher, right? People are going to ask you what your favorite food is. So why not choose something that is totally inane and absolutely disgusting, right? Like, you don't want to just say spotted dick, but if you have some weird ass World War II Jello mold shit that you can almost tolerate, why not name that? Because it'll generate discussion. That's what it's doing right now. So I'm being a giant man baby today. I'm being a huge man baby, and we're building an RC car because it's fun, and it's actually really challenging, or at least the gearbox portion of it was. The gearbox portion of the build was quite actually very challenging, in that it was goddamn near impossible to get these gearboxes to mesh properly. And they still kind of don't. I'm a little worried. This car has many differentials to it. If I locked that properly. There you go, that's pretty tight. Yeah, we got a bunch of different ball differentials on this thing, and we need to grease everything, grease all the bearings, all that stuff that's going into it. And I think we can get this model, maybe not running, but we can at least get to the point where I can start designing where the electronics are supposed to go. We'll probably bring Fusion 360 into the fray at that point. I'm going to try to resist the urge, the masculine urge, to 3D model the entire kit, but I don't know how far I'm going to get, because it is so tempting to 3D model the entire kit. I could fairly easily come up with 3D models for the whole thing, and then I'd have infinite spare parts, assuming that my printer isn't quite as skilled to print stuff like that, though. I don't think I could manage to get those tiny little parts out of this printer. Bike Man got a printer. I doubt Bike Man is watching or even conscious or anything right now, or he's probably busy, but he was talking about his printer and asking people for like advice and how to like what he should print and how he should fix certain prints. And I had to sit on my hands, because it's like we're pretty advanced into 3D printing here at this point. I've done a lot of streams where we've done a lot of different improvements in a lot of different directions with 3D printers, but we're a little too hardcore for Bike Man just bought a 3D printer. What advice would you give him? My advice would be to not listen to people like me who will say, you have to go with Clipper, and then you have to get the quiet drivers, and then you have to use mainsail with Clipper and tune it, and then follow this tune guide. And I got the guide right here. What did I put that under? What was the message? Maybe guide? Tuning? ADHD did not understand my proclivity, or what my hesitance to give advice. And it's like, dude, I just don't want to overwhelm him. I don't want him to go crazy. And immediately damn it. There it is. It's print guide, as if I could have put it under a more complicated fucking thing. The Ellis 3D print tuning guide is wonderful. This is fucking ukulele arts and crafts music. What is going on? Why did I choose this? I probably chose it because I was going to make a joke with it in a video, but I decided that I didn't want to attribute credit towards these guys. Wait, this is Radioactive Sandwich from 2014. Oh, it's a remix. It's Tron's Sepia's Torn Sandwich remix. Radioactive Sandwich is two high school, college, etc. friends of mine. One from New York, one from Pennsylvania, and they made all kinds of wonderful music. But one of them is Julian, who you guys know through Zelikovich. His Zelikovich is Julian's latest project. and we do modular synthesizer stuff. This might be a little too intense for background music. I was going to actually use this in a video, in a project video, but I think it's a little bit much. Let's go to the copyright stuff, because I'll just skip over that. Stuff that naturally blends into the background. But yeah, if I wanted to, I guess I could make a video with this stuff, given that I give them credit. But they also said, for YouTube only. CC by 4.0. they probably, anything but saying, do not put this on Twitch. That's, I think, the only thing they don't say, but they pretty much insinuate. Oh, and they have their little snitch line, too, down there. Well, thing is, this is only going out live, and it's only going out during my intro. And it only goes out to Twitch. It doesn't go out to YouTube, because YouTube is pretty much just a DVR for my, for my videos now. I forgot to edit all the titles. I put them out second. Hopefully they'll propagate to all the right stuff. Otherwise, I'm going to have to go in and edit YouTube stuff. So I saw Willow do the happiest dance that I think I've ever seen her do. It was actually, no, wait, not a happy dance. We were playing, and we had one of her very old toys. It's an old frayed cow. It's like a long cow that's just this flat toy that makes crinkling noise. She loves it, right? She loves stuff that makes noises and crinkles and, you know, just the different things that dogs can experience. And what happened was she didn't get the squeaker out, but I paved the way for the squeaker to come out of the thing. That dog, the cow toy has had the squeaker in it for quite some time now. And so I ripped a little piece, and then she basically took the squeaker out like it was a freaking organ. She went in and pulled it out, and then she was the happiest dog that I've seen in a long time. She was basically just crunching it, and then she comes over to me and she bumps her butt up against me when she lies down, and then starts rolling onto her back while crunching on the toy. It was the cutest. I didn't get any video of it because you guys see Willow, like 5 Willow pictures a day in the Discord, but it was adorable. She was just being a silly pooch. Ah, yes, both of my viewers are here. We'll get to RC Car in just a second here. I'm just shooting the shit before stream starts. And boy, is there shot to shoot shit. Shardy. Shitamaringus. I don't know. I'm glad I went into the working world for 10 years before I started doing Twitch, because the amount of anecdotes and little relationary things that I have in my bank of memories is a good amount to give little anecdotes to. I remember watching, I forget which channel it was, and I probably shouldn't name names, but I was watching a channel where the guys that started it, of course, got very famous, and they did a great job, but they didn't have a whole lot of experience under the belts. So when that experience ran out, their content got very stale all of a sudden. Very, very stale. And they had to kind of figure out how to be a bunch of goofballs and come up with weird new stuff in order to keep the conversation flowing. Mercedes AMG GT3. It's like I don't want a cool car body on this thing. I want like a silly little weird body, which is why I got the Toyota Camry body. I don't know where it went. Oh, it's over there. So I got this Toyota, sorry, not Toyota Camry, Prius. I got the Toyota Prius body thinking it would be haha joke funny. But this is like a hot car Toyota Prius. It's not like a goofy little funny guy. And I wanted to have a goofy little funny guy car. Goofy little funny guy car. See? Goofy little funny guy car. I'm afraid to click on images. I'm going to see things that I can't unsee. For instance, oh my God, it's a cat car. That's just a baby. That's the, well, no, none of those are the Urkel car. Huh. Similar to the Urkel car, but that thing is a little electric thing. that some don't even have reverse. See, there's a goofy little funny guy car. Look at that goofy little funny guy car. Goofy little funny car. That's not so much a goofy funny car. And then the ever-present Pinto. Wait, that's the Richard Scarry car. Bonk. The very step that we're on. I don't think I need a layered 3D print guide anymore. Right. What are we doing? Oh yeah, you can see my my mic light over there. I really need to turn. I think I need to plug the Corsair LED controller into the computer and run something like what is it called? Unsolicited. I was just talking about that. I mentioned that. I said, look, I'm not comfortable doing that because my advice is the actually. Did you know that you could plug a Raspberry Pi into your printer and run Octoprint and then Clipper or Mainsail and then Clipper and totally retune your printer from the ground up? He just bought it. He just bought this thing and it works. So let him do his little goofy little first printer who dis kind of thing, right? It's just overwhelming the level of 3D printing that we bring to the table here because chat has goaded me into continual and constant upgrades of my printer. I don't think there's a single framed shot in this stream that does not involve 3D prints. Like for instance, the casing on the thermal imager is 3D printed. Parts of that rack is 3D printed. All kinds of stuff. But yeah, if I plug this into the computer, and I think I can run Artemis, and then I can have the whole thing do LED effects while I'm talking, like for audio level and stuff. That guy's one of the nicest people ever. I have not had any interactions with Bike Man that did not make me physically ill. No, I'm just kidding. No, I was saying I decided to pivot to physically ill instead of saying that I've never had any interactions with Bike Man. I don't think I've ever talked to him. Maybe once. But, you know, I haven't noted that he's been evil or anything. He did send me a death threat, but I mean, that's just what people do to each other, right? Right? Yeah, no, I haven't really had any interactions with him. He's keeps quiet. Keeps quiet. Yeah, when he was backing up your Twitches bullying you over your name, that was pretty nice of him. That was pretty cool. Yeah, death threats are out of for love. It's because I can't share you. This is what goes for music attribution these days. Is me just looking at the attribution page on copyright free musics that I've oh man, the words in my brain are not there. Curated. Ah, haha. Words. Haha. Yes. Words. Oh yeah, these are the feet for my router that I can't find one of them. I think that's what those are. Usually feet for devices end up stuck to the front of this. Oh, you sent him art. Yeah, you've got ADHD Generate has that automatic butt kissing in of being able to make his own content by actual burning of wood. Like, I mean, like skillful, like using a soldering iron to actually burn wood. I do it with robots, but, and then sending people art. That is such a good in. That's just Robert spending 4 days to open a package. He's got that big streamer privilege where he doesn't have to do shit. He's got a money printing machine, and it's called his computer and a quirky little Swedish attitude. I don't know if you can see the chats maybe before you got here, but here's what I was going to share with Bike, but I think it's too much. Did you send him weird stuff in the package? You better have sent him other weird stuff in the package. Oh, you did. You burnt memes onto the back. Perfect. I was gonna send Flatulent Gonad a bunch of weird stuff, but I never ended up doing it. One of the things I think he would have really appreciated is one of those VFD displays that I have here. I have these Noratake e-tron VFD displays that are gorgeous. One of them's gonna end up on Burn the Subs, and I can't really show it off yet. Is that the last one? No, there's more. There's more. Free background music. Pack of ketchup chips. I ended up sending OctoJ, my formerly Canadian moderator. I think he's still Canadian, but he's moved to the States. But he was up there in Canada land, and they didn't have Schneider's pretzel crumbly bits. Those things are freaking addictive. I guess he found some at a store and he couldn't find any more. So I sent him a whole, like a big package of them, and it cost me like $50 to ship. It was ridiculous. Like at that point we were like, listen, we're not going to be doing this shipping stuff to Canada stuff because it sucks. Yeah, the Buffalo Schneider crumbles are exactly, yeah, they're beautiful. If you ever see them, you got to take a look. They're in a smaller bag and they're heavy because they're sourdough pretzels that have been crumbled and then treated with buffalo stuff. They're gorgeous. Either that or the honey mustard ones are amazing. But you know, they're like kryptonite for me because, you know, I don't got to work in pancreas really. Technically, the pancreas is not really participating in this whole what I got going on. So that requires much insulin, and usually it's at a moment of very little self-control when I'm drunk. I just stopped buying them because they need a bag at a time. That. Is there MSG in those? A white owl. Send me a white owl sounds like something that you would do in like the Victorian times in order to declare that you're going to murder your enemy or something like that. Send him a white owl. Oh yeah, those are socks that Twitch gave me, but I wear compression socks because I'm a filthy diabetic. So I don't wear streamer socks. They're just going to sit there forever. A white whiskey from Alberta. I've seen a couple of those clear whiskeys and I don't know what to think of them. But you are welcome to send them to me. Your coasters, by the way, they're still all over the place. I don't know if you've seen they're just stuck to random things with that double-sided furniture stick. $40 Canadian a pop. I think I gotta stop drinking for the weekend. I think I'm gonna do a dry weekend because I've been hitting the sauce too hard. I need some moderation, but I don't leave the house. That's the problem, is I don't leave the house and then I get bored. It's bad. It's bad. Oh man, they're all over the place. Nobody asks about them, but wait, they've got the end cards up, but the song's not like nearly over. Like this would be where you do the end cards. Not like way up here. Weird. Yeah, those pretzel bits are... the thing is, like, they're around where all the bags of chips are, but the bags of chips are like 75% air, right? You get this little tiny layer of chips at the bottom of those bags. You get to the Snyder's bags, and it's this heavy bag of pretzel bits, and it's filled, not to the top, but it is filled pretty high up, so... Won the art lottery. That's right! That's right, that's right. That was that lottery. I've got all my lottery winnings in one place. They're all right there. The milling machine was a $1,500 purchase on the back of Reddit because way back in like 2015, I think it was 2016, I mean, they're still doing it, but it's not as popular anymore, but it was the Reddit Millionaire Makers Contest. What happened was somebody went into Shower Thoughts and said, hey, if we all send somebody $1, there's enough people on the subreddit that we could make somebody into a millionaire. And while that's not true because it's all donations, they decided to organize it, and they used like a what is it, like an encryption engine, like a Bitcoin style encryption thing in order to choose one random comment out of a thread. And they did it several times. I think the first winner got more than a couple $1,000s, but from there it was pretty much like, it's not going to be that much money. And since I'm a white guy with a big beard and I don't have a sob story to me, I was just like, hey, yeah, I'm thinking about starting a business or doing something. I should have said streaming, because then I would have brought that audience in. But I didn't think I was going to stream at that point. At that point, I was just sort of like searching for jobs and wondering, you know, what am I going to do? Like, can I build something that's going to make me money? And so I won that contest, and I had all these donations, right? And it amounted to just about $1,500 and almost an entire Bitcoin way back in the day. That was before like the whatever split it went through and stuff. I then got most of the Bitcoin stolen because I did not two-factor authenticate my Reddit account. It was a long time ago, but most of that Bitcoin got stolen, and I have absolutely no idea how you're supposed to recover something like that. So that sucks. That could have been $20,000 in my pocket. I have some Doge. I think I have a respectable amount of Doge. I need to go look at that. And then I have 1/10 of a Bitcoin is when I caught that and shut it off. Of course, I think my Reddit account has since been hacked. So I don't know what to do about that either. C'est la vie to old Reddit accounts. But I have all the Bitcoin information in a notebook. But yeah, getting that much stolen was a hit. But anyway, I walked away with about $1,500, and I decided, instead of like paying rent or another stupid, you know, thing that I don't really like, it wouldn't really amount to anything, I bought an entire damn milling machine. That was supposed to just be a drill press over there. So I bought a milling machine. I've since been buying the little accoutrements for it and getting them from like estate sales, are a really good source for stuff like that. And then, yeah, do all that fun stuff. I have a shitload of Ethereum in it, but I can't remember the email's password or for the site. Oh, that sucks. That sucks. Well, that's what happened with my Reddit account. I was like, it like, hey, Mahalo, how's it going? It like logged me out, and I was like, oh no, I'm logged out. I'd better recover the password. And I go to recover the password, I don't get an email. And so it's like, well, did I filter the email? So I look in the filters. No, I'm not filtering the email. I go to the Reddit website and I go, hey, I think my account got stolen or something, and I immediately get a follow-up email that my trouble ticket like exists or something, but then nothing came of it. I got no correspondence from Reddit at all since. That was like a month ago. So I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. I've had that account for like 13 years. It's an old account. Shit, if I had a baby when I had that account, I'd have a teenager. A horrible teenager. They'd probably be into vape pens. Bonk. Ooh, I love this track. I love this track to death. This is not copyright free, but it is also very old. This is in fact also a teenager. This is 13 years old. Rabbit in the Moon, Hidden Florida EP. Early 2000s techno, but this is a piano rendition of it. And it's basically just the musician showing off that they are extremely good at the piano and playing things that are soulful and meaningful and have depth. Unlike, old man time. Unlike the music these kids are into today. No. I think it is a very good song. But yeah, Florida's EP hidden track. Apparently they're doing all kinds of crazy stuff to hide tracks these days. I don't know if the art of the hidden track is lost, but there were ones where you had to like go back a track and then go forward or something, and that did weird stuff to like your CD player's tracking of where the thing starts. There was some weird I heard a discussion about it recently, and I don't remember the details, but there were some really crazy things that you would do in order to get to hidden tracks in this modern age. Nowadays, I guess it's just unlisted YouTube content. I wanted to learn this on the piano. Probably should have. This is more of a sit down with headphones track than it is a play on your stream in the background track, because it kind of swells. It starts very sort of chill like this, and then it kind of builds on itself, and it's so good. This is totally not the mood for a giant man baby builds an RC car stream. That's what we've been doing. We've been building an RC car. I think I'm gonna have to cut this off because this song is too good, and just listen to it on your own. Look it up. It's a Rabbit in the Moon hidden track, Florida EP, Florida with too many O's. Yeah, we need something like this, even though this is only 2 minutes long. Something's swelling, all right. You nasty. You nasty. Yeah, anyway, let's just get started after that. That's kind of a derail of my pre-stream, my pre-stream discharge. Let's bring this back over here. A video game music playlist is something that I wish I had done in the past. There are so many games that I'm like, oh, those are good songs in that game. And if I had done that, then I would have had immune to copyright music on all of my streams. Instead, my strategy, my awesome, totally winning strategy for playing music in the intros, which, like, man, isn't that a horrible offense? The RIAA is already spinning up an assassin squad to come after me. With the video game music stuff, I would have saved myself because I got around the Twitch copyright stuff by playing stuff that was already on Twitch. I was playing DJ streams, and this was metronomic_live. He hasn't streamed since after the pandemic. I think he does more IRL stuff other than Twitch, but he had some awesome, like, deep house streams. Deep house is really good for, like, the background. I'm gonna burp. Okay, I burped. Really good stuff for the background of, like, your pre-stream, because it's like, yeah, cool music, and there's not much to it because it's deep house. But he would do these deep house streams, and I would just play his VODs, and that was perfect because he got promoted, I got background music, Twitch got to mute stuff that it thought was copyright, and then I didn't get any mutes because it had already been muted by Twitch. But then I started uploading those streams to YouTube, and YouTube is a much more comprehensive scanning system where it tells you this might be copyright, this might be copyright, this might be, you know, these have potential to be caught in copyright. And so every single one of my videos, with the exception of 1 or 2 where I play, like, FTL as the stream intro, have potential copy strikes on them. And what Roboz is telling me is that I can probably take FFmpeg and just cut the intros out of those streams. I'd probably be pretty good for that if I do that. So if I get to the point of monetization of the YouTube channel, then I'm probably going to have to use FFmpeg in order to censor that music out. But I mean, we can see the state of my channel right now. Mark Rebillet. I don't know who that is. Yeah, but what I can do, let's see. I've got where's my content? Channel content. So, wait, why is that? Oh, live now is in a separate thing. I'm like, what is going on my page? That's live replay. But with videos, I've got all of the curated VODs from so long ago, and it's like every single one of these things has just a mountain of copyrights because they're all individual tracks. And I can get YouTube to quiet these down, but it's so much work to do because every time you do a mute, it has to process it up to HD afterwards. So some of them have nothing, but the rest of them are all copyright. And the ones that are over 6 hours, over I think it's over 5 hours actually, 5.5-ish. If it's over that, then it can't do that. It just can't process it. This is one of my favorite thumbnails with the thingamajig in the 6 people have viewed it. Nice. Every time I mention Fusion 360, I think I get more viewers. Yeah, these videos are not really cooking. I guess my VODs aren't that on demand. You would think, since Twitch's VOD numbers are so much larger, but oh well. All right, let's put that window away. I don't need to do much with that one. That one's just in case I need to moderate YouTube. Improv music. Big musician now. Wish I remember seeing him live. Smoked a joint from a random weed shop in the concert and just blacked out. Oh, that's like my Burning Man story. My Burning Man story where I'm at this art festival that I may never ever go to again, maybe once or twice more in my life. And there's all of this amazing, wonderful art. We saw somebody who built something where you control fire cannons that like spin around and do all kinds of stuff. There's a giant dragon with torches on it. There was an entire pirate ship. All this stuff to walk around and go see during the day. And our neighbors are like, hey man, we're getting out of here. We're the people who are camping right across the way from us. We're getting out of here, and we have a bunch of stuff that we don't want to bring through, like customs and things. It's got this pot butter and these brownies, and I'll warn you, I'm a bit of a stoner. And we're like, all right, cool, yeah, we'll take that stuff. And so I got a little bit of this brownie, and I'm like, all right, cool, I'll have some brownie. Boom. Completely and utterly like put on my face for the rest of the day. I spent an entire day in a folding chair looking at the mountains in the back, like in the back of Burning Man. And I'm like, you know, I'm not getting anything done. I would like to go see some stuff. I'm going to get up. And so I started to get up and it was just like, nope, right back into the chair. So anyway, those kinds of stories aside. Oh, here, I gotta pause this over here. Hey, what's up, Groovy Something? How you doing? Okay, so yeah, I didn't black out, but man, what a waste. So we're building an RC car. I got an Atom SZ2 kit, Atom SZ2, and boy, oh boy, is it a lot. I didn't expect this to be so much. I did not expect this to be so much, but everything in this kit is tiny, and a lot of the stuff has had like little gotchas, like the fact that my servo is a little bit shorter than the one that they designed for. Luckily, we just reversed the ball joint, and it's actually in a perfect place. So we reversed the ball joint, and we had to bend open the little servo, like the thing that locks in on the servo. So yeah. The GMC commercial. Oh, like a rock, like a rock. I would feel bad for you if it wasn't funny. Anyway, so we've been building this kit, and yesterday the big snag was the transmission, the little gear linkage boxes. These things did not go together as well as I thought they would. Short Lurker linked me to a French video where a French guy is sitting there. I don't know if he could be Canadian French, but I think he's just French. Where a French guy went around changing these washers from one side to the other, these little shims from one side to the other of the transmission in order to get the gears to mesh properly. When I put it in like this, it didn't quite work because it was unmeshed. So you move them from one side to the other side and it'll mesh it just a little bit more. Tabernacle! What kind of French was he? I like tabernacle. It's a good thing to ejaculate. That's the right use of the word, by the way. That's the right use of the word. I don't know where everybody got the alternate meaning from, but when you say something, when you proclaim something loudly, that is actually an ejaculate. Anyway, Quebecois. Anyway, yeah. I don't know all the Canadian lore. I would leave that to ADHD. So yeah, we were on step 8, which was putting together these gearboxes. These are still kind of rough. I don't know what it is about them. There's these little cuts in it too, where you can check things like the gear meshing. I don't know if they did this intentionally or not, but like you can see the little bits of the gear in these cutout sections. I think the cutout sections were to accommodate for what's mounting these boxes, because it's weird. These boxes just sit in like a trough. They're very strange. It's like saying fuck's sake. Well, tabernacle is from tabernacle, and I guess it's just tabernacle. It's you just proclaim it. There are rough spots, and I don't know what they are. Like right there, you can see it's like clicking over on something, but I don't see any difference in the meshing of the differential gear. That's this part here. All this assembly looks like this. And I don't know what the source of that little crunchiness is. One of the things that I made a mistake on that you guys shouldn't repeat my... Yeah, I was looking at flashing last night, and I got rid of a lot of flashing, so I don't think it's there anymore, but there's still like a crunch that does feel like it's getting over flashing. If the flashing is when you have a mold and it creates plastic and you don't give a shit and you're trying to create as much plastic as possible as quickly as possible, sometimes in the seam of the mold, especially if the mold starts getting old, you'll get a little bit of plastic will leach in there, and then you've got to cut that off with a knife. Most people don't do that. Everything is just kind of ishy. Yeah, there's a little bit of that going on. This is a $200 kit, though. I would like my gears to frickin' mesh. You know, I think bare minimum, I'd like my gears to mesh kind of properly. But I messed up. I did something that you guys shouldn't do if you're ever in this situation. Do not use the vise to seat those pinion gears. The gears on the end have a little D-cut in them. Don't we all? And that little cut, where is it? That little cut, you can line up and then seat with your hand instead of pressing it with a vise. I pressed it with a vise, and I think that caused it to bow outward in a weak spot, like up here. By the way, I'm pretty sure that all these have been done in Fusion 360. I think we narrowed it down to two CAD programs, but I'm leaning towards Fusion 360 because this looks a lot like a Fusion 360 body, which makes it even more tempting for me to 3D model all of the parts for this kit. And if I do that, then I'll have all of the 3D models for this kit, which would be kind of fun. I could make my own plastics for it. But yeah, let's continue on. Don't use the vise like I did, and use the proper oils on stuff. And actually, one of the pieces of advice from the kit is if you're having trouble, use grease to stick things together, which is kind of fun. But I've got everything greased up. Oh, and the cool part is you can adjust to these by putting a rod through this hole, and the hole goes through this hole, and then it encounters the, the flathead screw inside the transmission. So that's why they have this big cutout flathead. I was getting annoyed at it because it was it was a flathead, and flatheads are really annoying to deal with. The other thing that you can do is just stick a screwdriver into the side of the housing. So you can just stick a screwdriver in here and bypass the need to drop an Allen key in there. But yeah, anyway. I mean, they should have done it. They should have taken a hex, like a hex head, and then cut the flat in it. But anyway. That's where I'm at right now, yeah. If I run it for a while, maybe it'll be okay. But like over here, right there is where it bent. And so one of these is kind of bent out of shape. Actually, I have a picture of it. I can shows you. Bonk. There are my disgusting fingers all close up in the microscope. But yeah, look at that. There's just that little deflection right there. And that was from me using the vise to press the shaft in. I shouldn't have did that. And that's what one of them is crunching on. The other one is crunching for some unknown reason. I do not know why it's doing that. Where's my Twitch window? There it is. Bring that back up. Now I can see you guys. And ban you if I need to. Okay, so step 8, we're past. We've built the whole housing. Oh, by the way, in the video with the French guy building this kit, he had a lot of trouble getting these screws in. And his technique was to do exactly what I do, which is sticking the screw on the end of a magnetic screwdriver. But he added a big magnet to the kit's screwdriver, and he had the same trouble I did, where the screws are a little bit less magnetic than others, and they fall off of the tip. Here is the tip. Only for a minute, mind. Here is the tip. That's an AVE-ism, and I gotta not do AVE-isms because I'm not AVE. That's why I don't watch other content like mine. There's a couple channels that I'll watch, but not regularly because I don't want to pick up on their memes. I want my own, which so far just involves water cooling, which is a little annoying, and all of my weird 80s child referential humor. This is depressing. Anyway, the way to do it is you stick it on the end and you keep the screwdriver vertical. You've got to keep it vertical because if you try to go sideways, it'll go sideways. So that's my tip for these little annoying screws, these ones that are just annoying to keep on. You'll have much less stress and more happy life ahead of you if you keep it vertical when you're putting them into the housing. Bada bing. And nobody will ever hear that. Nobody will get that advice. Especially not the YouTuber. I guess I could leave an English comment on his... Oh, tally-ho, my man. Let me tell you about screws. Pip, pip. Anyway, I don't want to scratch the bottom of this thing. What are we doing next? That's what you do. You leave an English comment. Okay, so we did this, we did this, we did this. So I guess we're not on step 8. We're way past it. And then I'm putting the bracket things. These are like asymmetrical. What are these things? Okay, I guess there's a bunch of things like this, but KM 1.6 by 3. These sizes are ridiculous. The proper use of the word ejaculate has a shot. Fuck. That's a good one. I like that. I think this is catching on. All the kids will be doing it soon. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I need more of the Atom yellow parts. I wish they had chosen orange. Orange would have been a better color for the Atom kit. Here, these are spare parts. So I'm going to put these... Actually, let me get these tiny screws for the housings in here. These are tweezer screws. Bop. I had to find my second pair of tweezers. I don't know where the first ones went. And I'm not probably going to be able to look for them until we're done this kit. How long is the rest of this kit going to take? I don't think it's going to take very long. I think we're going to get this together pretty well. I know, I've been getting comments on the beard. The way that I've been keeping the beard under wraps is actually by using a brush to kind of brush it down in the morning. I didn't do that today, so I've actually got way more beard than I bargained for. It's grown with my hair, and at some point, I am going to actually get all of this stuff handled. I'm going to end up shedding a couple pounds of beard. Which ones are these? 1.6 by 3. I think that's these. Let's just get a couple of them, and or maybe it's that. That's not 1.6. Actually, it is. Well, we'll take a look at that. We should look at the part first. So let's get that out. Let's get. Where's the? I'm missing a bag of parts. I'm missing. What did you guys do with it? What the hell did you guys do with my bag of parts? Okay, they're right here. You know what they say about guys with big beards? That they have a big beard. I don't know if they say stuff about them. Where did it recommend that I use the sandpaper? Oh God, that reminded me of that sandpaper song again. I am never going to be able to drop that. Cut the first segment of the damper light. Weird. Video will show how to smooth ball links. Please scan the QR code. Ah, that's kind of neat. What do they want me to do with ball end links? They have a whole series of videos. I should probably have watched these before. Are they going to do the drill method? What method are they going to use? Oh, by squishing them. Everything they eat tastes like beard. Listen, I don't want to know. I don't. When you die and you get to see your stats at the end of life, you get to see all, how many crickets you swallowed while you were alive. I don't want to see how many hairs I've eaten, because I think the number is going to be oddly large for somebody who does not have that condition where they want to eat hair. Beard tastes like everything they eat. I wash my beard after meals, all right? Sometimes things get sloppy. But I run my shit under a sink, all right? I've had a song stuck in my head for like 24 hours. I don't even know any of the words. I can't listen to any clear in my mind. That's what happened to me with watching Has Been Hotel, is that I don't know any of the lyrics, but what I heard is the incredible voice work of the fellow that's playing Lucifer does an incredibly good job at his solos, because his voice is cracking between notes in a controlled way, and it's just psh. As somebody who has sung in the past, how hard that is to do at that octave is just incredible. It was amazing singing, and so that was in my head on a car drive to a friend's house, and I don't know the lyrics. I was just trying to do that, the voice crack over to another note. I can do it in a lower octave. I can't do it that high up, but there's some talent there. I guess that guy I looked up his IMDb. He went to Juilliard. So, like cream of the crop kind of singing voice there. All right, anyway, this is the squish the ball method. where you squish the ball. When are we making a band? Well, I don't know. I want to get that modular synthesizer along the way so that I can have automatic music generation based on my machinations. Lots of beard hairs everywhere. Look at that. Okay, so anyway, we're going to have to do that later, but I was looking to see if they had any recommendations for how I was supposed to be using the sheet of sandpaper that they gave to me. Wow, we got a lot to go through. Oh, here it is. Remove the plastic flashes. That would be for that part. Weird part. All right, anyway, let's get to work. Let's get to work. We're here. So we need to put these things on. These thingamajigs gotta go in this doodad. Back in the day, my friends and I wanted to start a band, and we didn't know anything about how this stuff works, so we ended up buying a $400 MIDI distribution system, which was just the dumbest purchase that I think we could have ever made. I need the ones with the dots on the front. That would be this one and this one. Are there more than one like that? Yeah, I think these hold on to the transmission. So I think these are the ones that I need. And then I need a 1.6. Whatever fits into these two down here. So I think that is these. It's hard to tell. These screws are tiny. This whole kit is so small. We can do this at this scale. Are these hex heads? They are indeed hex heads. All right. Boy, if I was really serious about getting to work on this thing, I should put like a little window on like a tablet down here so I can read chat. But you guys barely talk, so finish work on ball joints with sandpaper. I don't know where the innuendo is on that because my detector is broken. We've been rife with innuendo this entire stream. In your endo. All right, where's my I'm trying to do this in the view of the camera. So let's see. Need a different one of these. I'm telling you, man, this screwdriver kit saves all kinds of aggravation for things like this. Yeah, that is indeed what I need to be using. This tiny little tiny guy. It's funny, on the WLtoys kit, I guess they are everything is a little bit larger on the WLtoys kit and a little bit cheaper. It's a little bit more half-assed. You can get it to work very nicely if you spend the time and care. On the Atom kit, where did that screw just go? For my next trick, oh, here it is. Here, you know what? I'm gonna go easy on you guys. I'm gonna moisturize my fucking hands. I need to put moisturizer on because yeah, things are a little dry here, and I'm looking a little scraggly. I'm looking a little scraggled. I use this stuff called Cutamol. It smells like old people, but it's extremely effective. It's like Arctic Circle stuff. Moist. I'm telling you, this stuff is great. It's expensive, but it was dermatologist recommended back when my skin fell off because of the dry weather here. This stuff is amazing. Good stuff. I'm not paid by them. They certainly don't need more money. They already have all of mine. All right, let that soak in for just a second while I have greasy hands. Nice and moist. Magnet to stick all the tiny screws on. I do actually. What? My whata? I guess so. I guess that's probably what smells. But well, I have magnets that are actually stuck to the underside of the desk under here, and I also have magnets all the way over on that thing over there. A lot of these screws are partially stainless steel or cheap stainless steel, so they barely stick to magnets. But magnetics was what the, well, that actually did save me because that's where that bolt went. When it fell off of the tip of this thing, it actually stuck to down here where there's a big rare earth magnet. That's what holds the bits in the iFixit kit. The small iFixit kit in terms of like doing tech stuff, this is all you need. This does everything for me. I thought it would be limited because there's a big kit and a small kit, and I have the big kit, but the small kit is quite adept at all of the kind of tech stuff that I do here. So if you're looking for a kit of bit screwdriver, this is the way to go. And these are standard too. They're standard 4mm hexes. There was one that Wexo sent in that he swore by, but the problem with it was that it did not use standard hex bits. They were this weird kind. With the standard one, what I can do is I can actually adapt these precision bits to the electric screwdriver and stuff. I put hexes on Texas, and then they don't have power. Wait, there's a different kind of joke in there. Let's see, do the other side here. Designing an RC car like this would actually be kind of fun. I think I'd have a good time doing that. The problem is, I don't do CNC. Louis of Lunatic Live, Djibouti show fame, actually just got a CNC machine. I hope I'm not going to leave greasy fingerprints on this. He actually just got a CNC machine, and I'm wondering what kind of precision you can get out of those if I could do pieces like this on it, because that would be really cool. Urea, it's what skin craves. Yeah, what happened was, I guess because of teenager hormones during the early days of the winter season, and probably because of what was in the water too, my skin just started to like peel off, like a whole layer of skin. I would lose it like a lizard, and the dermatologist was like, use Q-Tamol, put it in a glove, in like a cotton glove when you go to bed. And so I did, and I put it by my bedside, and then, no, I wore the cotton glove overnight, and that like fixed my skin. It doesn't happen now because I am an old man, but it was that was a weird season. Why would you make such a low cut there? Hold on a minute, let me reference this. Is that the right part, or did I just put in the rear one? Oh, I put the rear one in. Okay, so I was looking at this thing, and yeah, no, it's really weird. Q-Tamol. I don't know if that's exactly how you say it, but yeah, I was looking at this. Like, there's no clearance for the steering there. That's because these are the rear ones. These go in the rear. For rectal use only. Barely knew them. Give me the part. What the heck? Give me the part. What's your problem? There we go. Jeez. That's a tight fit. You guys make all your stupid jokes. I need like a really bored robot to put up like that's what she said and etc. That'd be a good Furby project, actually. The Furby that I have, I could make him do that. Which ones are the ones that I'm supposed to be putting in? Wait a second. Were those the right ones? No way. Because this one is a much different design. Oh wait, this is the one I'm supposed to put in. Okay. Just looking back at the manual. It's, yeah, see, it's got a taller cut on that back piece so that it can avoid. That'd be really cool. Yeah, maybe we'll make the Furby do that. And then the Furby could also fart. That was the plan for the Furby, was that I would move the fart box to the Furby, and then when it farts, it can just kind of like shuffle uncomfortably to the sound. And then I guess I can add something where it looks really bored, and it does it could be holding onto a screen or something like that. Does it have arms? It doesn't have arms, but I can just put a screen in front of it. Put one of the Noratake ones on there. I could put comments on that too. You guys could spend a couple bits and put a comment on the Furby. We'll get to that. We'll get to that eventually. Right now, the next big interactive layer is to get the fart box back up, but to use Node-RED to put it all together. And that way I'll have Node-RED as a sort of a front end for the rest of the shop. And I can route different interactions through. What the? Okay, that one went on. Why didn't the other one? It didn't feel like it went in. It felt like it just slipped through. Are they different sizes? No, it's all the same size. That would be so weird if they used different size screws on different parts of this thing. That's like major min-maxing. That's way too extra and special. No, that's fine. Okay, that fits just fine. That's funny. Look at the difference between these two. There's a slight difference between them. You guys might not be able to tell. Well, you can right there. Right there. You see how one is glossy and the other one isn't? Has anybody linked a Furby to AI so you can talk to it? I have no doubt in my mind that somebody has already done that, because that seems like just a no-brainer. I think I saw something to do with a Furby lately. Has anybody linked a furry to AI? Oh God, what have we done? What hath mankind wrought? And one more. There it is. Fartbee? Yes. Do they make a brown LED? Can I do a brown LED? Because I could put the brown LED in the Fartbee. Anyone? A brown LED? No? What's his name did a really good video on the color brown, because it does not exist. It is a shade of orange. Am I really? Wait a minute. It doesn't look like I can reach whatever those other screws go into. No, it looks like I'm doing it. I'm putting those in there. They block all of these, but I guess those are for attaching a bumper. Strange as they be. Hey, what's up, Nates? Yeah, happy Friday to you as well. Happy Friday. It's Friday and I'm building a tiny little RC car, and while I don't generally brag about my job, I get to do this sometimes. And I think it's fun to share something like this with you guys, is me being a man baby and building a kid's toy. This isn't really a kid's toy. This is more like a guy that's, I don't know, terminally divorced toy. This is for enthusiasts. There you go. That's the euphemism I'm looking for. Enthusiasts. Yeah. That way we don't have to say man-child so much. I'm embracing it. That is a Phillips head. That is the wrong screw. Just the wrong screw. Unacceptable. That's a Phillips head. Why is that even in there? Is that a mistake? Who's responsible for this? Get them on the phone. Oh, this is the one. It's much smaller than I predicted. Much smaller. This thing has got some bangers in terms of small screws. Just some absolute bangers. Careful. Careful of what? There we go. Oh yeah, I am getting greasy fingerprints on it. I had to moisturize, chat. My hands were caked and dry. They were terrible because it's so dry here. And also, I like hot showers. What's next? Next is me wiping all the fingerprints off of everything with Windex. Okay, so the whole drivetrain goes in at once. That's going to be kind of annoying. It doesn't look like, I mean, it looks like I'll be able to fit those things in. It's weird how they use these, like, they're like pods. You sort of insert these pods into the thing, and they're attached in the middle, but that dog bone drive allows for flexure. Strange stuff. The WLtoys kit just had a single shaft going down the entire thing. Hey, Nate's are pretty okay. Says happy Friday with a sub for 11 months. I need to work on this thing, because this social blade, this thing needs to tell me about subs and stuff, but it censors that out. It censors that out. And I think it does it because of a setting that I put in, because over here is where I actually get the notifications. So I have to glance over at that monitor more. I apologize if I don't say anything about the subs. Please say something. Don't feel like it's rude. All right, so focus control. I need to get the screwdriver bits over here. The Stream Deck needs to be here. And the Steam Deck needs to be at my house because I don't have one. All right, so this thing's going in facing the rear, with the gear facing the rear, and that's what that cutout is for. I guess they lowered everything down so far by using cutouts. And this one gets 2x4s, tubers, as they're called by construction people in South Carolina. I had a roommate that did construction at one point in his life, plumbing, I guess. He always called 2x4s tubers. I'll never know why. Share to Twitch, leave you alone. I like announcing subs and stuff. I've seen YouTubers come over to Twitch and complain about like the Twitch culture stuff. Like, how could you, like, they were legitimately annoyed at people using other people's emotes in their chat. Like, what the hell? Well, the whole purpose of Twitch is that it's not, well, okay, discovery on Twitch is very difficult, but the whole culture of Twitch is like you get these emotes from these channels that you sub to, and you get to use them everywhere, and people get to see these cool emotes that people make. And there's a lot of fun emotes and funny jokes and haha and yeah. Anyway, I was hearing this now Twitch streamer complain about it, and I was just like, what the hell, dude? Like, do you not even, like, look at where you are. Why complain about these things? Okay, so there is the transmission. This thing is awesome. It has a differential in the middle so that you can bias your front and your rear for things like coming out of a corner more smoothly. Let's hope that once all this drivetrain stuff gets hooked up, it's nice and smooth. Because I put a lot of effort last night into opening these up and closing them again, over and over again, in order to get this to be, you know, super smooth. But there's still some roughness in the transmissions, so I don't know what else I can do to fix it either. One thing about adding a center differential is that you're adding a lot of complexity to the system, and so it's rife for breakage. Which end goes on which? This one's the smaller one. Okay. More complexity, more breakage, more to repair, more to worry about, more to put in place. I'm gonna have to use tweezers on this. There we go. Bada bing. All right, now lock it in place before it goes everywhere, right? Next. Yeah, we do the cages, and I got to make sure to get the right ones in the right spot. The rears are the ones with the big piece on them, and those use tubers. Wait. It must use flathead M2x3 screw on rear upper bulkhead. 2x3 and 2x4. Those are the Phillips head ones. Oh, geez. Why? One of the steps in something like, you know, putting together a model kit like this, like putting it together to sell, is you should probably try to unify all of your fasteners. There are a lot of different fasteners out there, and there are a lot of different purposes for a lot of different fasteners out there, and it, you know, you can never win that battle, but that looks like it'll be fun to clean pet hair out of after a week or two. What do you mean week or two? This thing is going to get bogged down with pet hair on its first run. It'll be fun to try to staple all the parts back together when I have a horrible 200-mile-an-hour crash of this thing, because it's too fast. All right, so these are the ones that have all of the, they don't have the big bar on the top, and they go facing towards the rear, which is this over here. And then the little piece sticks outwards. Okay, so like that. And then these screws go all the way up here. And then this one goes here. Am I going to finish this thing and it'll be like, well, we have some work to do with the electronics too. If I get this whole thing together today, like too quickly, we have to make a mount for all the, hey! Sanaton Seppa is raiding with a party of 12 souls. How you guys doing? I didn't say that you were allowed to do that, but I guess you've gone ahead. Hey, thanks for raiding. We're building a giant man baby toy, which is a tiny little 1/28 scale RC car, and it is an atomic kit. They make, I guess, professional stuff, but I decided to, you know, well, we were working on a less professional RC car. It was the WLtoys 989 kit, and it was a pile of plastic that barely fit together and functioned. If you do a lot of work with those, you know, take the whole thing apart, get rid of all the plastic flashing, and put it all back together nicely with all the right greases and oils, you actually get a pretty cromulent 1/28, 24th scale RC car out of the whole deal. And that's what I was doing during the pandemic, was messing around with that stuff. I was like, hey, I could race this around on my floors, and then I won't even be bored for 1 second ever again. But anyway, so I got into it, and I did a lot of stuff with the WLtoys kit, including fully 3D model the WLtoys kit as it existed in my shop. None of my plans really came to fruition though, and I did not end up, I mean, I ended up getting this thing to work, and then I did a couple top speed runs, and I started to see all of the seams in what I was doing. The fact that I got these upgrade metal A-arms and stuff that I 3D modeled. I put these into Fusion 360 all on my own. But anyway, I put this whole thing together and I got it running, and I ran it a couple times, and it was super duper fun. And it reminded me of how much I like RC cars, because they're tiny little model kits that race around, and it's fun. And it's also a whole lot less demanding than an actual car hobby, which I also have, but I've been ignoring the urge to do anything with. So we've done RC cars, and I kind of I've had enough of the WLtoys kit. I snapped. And in snapping, I have gone and purchased a $200 RC car frame. Am I going to get $200 out of this thing? No. Is it going to go super fast? Yes. Is it going to crash horribly and get really damaged? Oh, yes. Oh, yes, it will. And perhaps I will, at that point, start 3D modeling this thing. But I don't know how soon I can really stand it. Came in on the raid. I'll be lurking. Have a good stream. Nice to meet you. Hey, thank you, Blacksmith Pop. I appreciate you. Chat's a little slow. It's the beginning of a Friday, so yeah, we're just hanging out and building this kit. It's an actual chance for me to turn my brain off for once. Usually we do more hardcore engineering type stuff here. So the kit is telling me that I need KM 2x4s, tubers, and those are these, I believe. Tuber, and then I need another tuber. If I was really special, if I was a real special boy, I could have taken all of these screws and organized them. I think that would be a little bit too special boy of me. All right, so then the countersunk KM tubers go here, and they face towards the outside. So like this. I do like that these all have indexing pins. That makes it a whole lot easier to assemble. Yeah, this is correct. This is correct. The amount of care that goes into this is so much different from the WLtoys kit. So much different. The parts just go together so much nicer. With the WLtoys kit, it comes assembled, but it is the grubbiest drivetrain that I've ever experienced. I don't know how they expect a motor to do anything to that. Maybe you run it enough and it'll like all of the little weirdness things will like machine themselves away. It'll just kind of get like an Italian tune-up and start working. But with this, everything is like so much more precise. My only regret is that I used the vise to press one of the spur gears on, and that kind of bent it a little bit, and so I've got a little grubbiness in the drivetrain. Although to be fair, now there's still a little bit. I can feel it, and maybe it's something that'll run out when the drivetrain actually gets some use. But look at that. This thing has 3 differentials on it, 3 ball differentials, which is just basically a ball bearing between 2 plates. And when you spin the 2 plates at different speeds, well, the ball bearing, you know, takes it up, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. So I can bias front to rear power with this one, and then I can adjust these 2 using the holes in order to bias the rear or front in a turn. Pretty cool. This looks like unadjusted. I don't know. I think it's... Let me just run the arm focusing thing again. Oh wait, that's in setup. Setup, and then arm procedure. No, I guess it was fine. We'll come over here where the light comes from. It's weird. There's like a big shadow over on this side. I could probably use another stand light or something. Okay, who's next? What are they telling me to do next? Rear upper arm open bag 1011, 1.6s from the rear. So those are the really tiny ones. And then I need to do that weirdo part. This is a strange way to do this. And these are the rears. Okay, so this is the rear side we're going to. And now I need to find the weirdo parts. Not this. I'm hoping in the event of a crash that these parts don't just completely explode. This is the bag. This is it, the bag. Oh, that's a lot of grub screws. I don't know about these grub screws. So what I need are the little schwumpity humpity little part, these guys. I need this. I need tweezers is what I need. This and this. And where's the other one? There it is. And then there's the part that captures this all, which is not these. What the heck is this thing? Huh, I don't know what those are. Well, maybe they'll come in handy later. So where's the part that, I guess that's in another bag. Okay, let's get these. I need to be on bag control. Let's see here. That one does not contain any of the parts that sort of hold things in place. Is it you? Doesn't look like it. No, these are all the body attaching devices and a 30-tooth drive gear. So what does the part look like? What does it look like? That's the wrong that's not the right camera. It looks like oh, it's a carbon thing. Okay. So the carbon fiber parts are in one of the bags that's way over here, I think. Those are old bags. Let's see. Yeah, this is the one that my screwdriver kit is crushing right now. You're crushing it. It's like yellow carbon fiber. That's a little weird. That's a little strange. What up, Beat Trap guy? How you doing? Having a relaxing Friday and building stuff with instructions, which is nice. Okay, so there's the part. That is light. There's nothing to it. Is this carbon fiber part going to break? I have a feeling this carbon fiber part is the one that's going to explode when I crash. I just have a feeling. There's something in the back of my head. So what I'm supposed to do is make sure that this doesn't have any flashing on it and moves very smoothly. It looks like it does already. Although I think it needs just a little bit. So there's sandpaper for that. I don't know if I trust sandpaper for this job. Because here, super up close O-Vision. And like we can get closer with the microscope, but I don't know if I see, oh yeah, let's zoom in on my thumb wound. I see the seam, but I don't know if I'm really feeling it. But I guess I can try to use a little bit of sandpaper to linish it back. I almost need like a nail file. This would be a much easier job with a nail file. Because you need precision. A microfile maybe could do it, but some of my hand grease all over it. Fuck. I don't know which one I did and which one I didn't. It's like a microscopic seam that I'm getting rid of on an equally microscopic part. I guess what I could do is I could wrap the wrap it around the tweezers. The sandpaper. Let's try that. Let's get a little strip of it. And then I can clamp it. Do this. Forceps would be, well, no, but these are a flat surface. Well, it didn't exactly stay coiled. Maybe I just need a smaller piece. And just go like that. It really doesn't take a lot to get rid of that seam. That seam is barely there in the first place. At least now I've got a little bit of control. Yeah, this is like claw hand express. If you don't have arthritis, build a tiny RC car. Now you have arthritis. A nail file would definitely be a better tool for this. I should get a kit of nail files. Disposable ones. Those are perfect at this kind of stuff. All right, so those are now flashless. I need to screw in the M2x8. This is too long for that. This is not M2x8, is it? Maybe it is. Are there any other M2s sitting in bags? What does this one have? This one just has its own shafts in there. I'm running out of bags to unpack, which is a good place to be. And that's all suspension stuff, so it's definitely this pin, this long one. Seems long anyway. And then there's a little bit of flashing on the end of this one, so let me get rid of that. Did an okay job. Okay, so then the screw head. Oh, this... Chat. A pin file? Yeah, I guess I do have those. I mean, I could have used this. That would have been a better thing to use. Whatever. I used the sandpaper they provided me. Okay, listen. The ones that we used on the steering had a flat head. This one is hex. What the hell? They could have had hex rods on the... It's like you have to have a multi-bit screwdriver kit to even walk. You gotta have one. Gotta be multi-bit screwdrivers or nothing. So I need to leave 1 millimeter between the two. That seems like it's a little bit far, but I should probably tighten it fully on this side because that one has the fastener. And then this thing is covered in flashing. Oh no, it's pretty good. Is that the right one? Yes, it is. Okay. That is the right one. Bring that all the way in. Boy, oh boy. My thumbs are going to hurt after today. This is so small. There is actually I could get one of the bits from the larger bit kit that would actually help me screw this in. Actually, let me see exactly how useful that is. That thing's for like hooks, so I don't think the big kit the big driver kit's gonna have it. But let me go across the shop and get the big bit thing and see if it'll do anything. The sun's out. Weird. Oh, where is it? Big driver kit. Where'd you go? Knowing me, it's probably in a weird spot now. Now that it's not in its normal location, it's probably in some. Oh, there it is. I put it in the tool chest, the actual drawers that I got for my birthday. I'm now organized. Look at me. So yeah, the big iFixit kit is like just about everything in it. I don't know if it'll be useful for this thing though. It's like dun 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 dun. Oh, I can put this one away. This one's been sitting out. Bonk. Okay. I don't think this would be useful for that, actually. A smaller version of it might be. This is what I'm talking about with the screwdriver kit. There's some larger sizes in this stuff, but like, it just hasn't been useful. Like Star Wars. Oh, I got a set of pens. Got my peens. Check out these peens that I got. Under the guise of helping me with actually marking and drilling stuff out, these are hole marking pens. Look at that little phallic thing. Crazy. Why is my focus like always off? Some days I just feel like the whole stream is just completely out of focus. But yeah, hole marking pens. They're little felt tip pens that have these long shafts. I guess they're probably not amazing for really tiny stuff. I probably need to find another set that's super duper small, but these should be, when they become useful, they will be very useful. All right, back over to here. If only I could do something else with a computer mouse that would get out of the way. I guess a larger Stream Deck would probably help me with that, but the problem is the USB 3 Stream Deck does not run on my USB hub. It just goes crazy. It just gets broken. Oh, that one's broken. There we go. I could turn on and off the thermals, but I mean, if I have thermals, I'm going to use thermals. Maybe I could just turn them off for now. We don't really need that in the way, although I started this stream with it in the way, so. Boop, boop, boop. So, oh God, that feels so crunchy. I really hope the crunchiness goes away in time. So we are attaching these upper ball mounts. I need to get the other threaded shaft into the little upper mount. These were the first thing that broke on the WLtoys kit. But then again, they're slightly different design on the WLtoys kit, and the way I had my WLtoys kit configured, I had one single shock up top, which worked really well for a while, except when I crashed and it flipped over on its back and it immediately ripped off those parts. But they were 3D printed parts. These would be kind of disastrous if they broke, because I don't know about my ball printing prowess. I think there are replacement metal parts, so if they end up being the thing that breaks more often than not, I can probably do the upgrade part and it'll be okay. I need 1 millimeter between the two objects on this thing. I need to like spin this somehow. Get your best spin people on this. Why isn't this thing going in? You failed me for the last time. I can hold on to it with pliers or forceps. Actually, spinning spinning forceps is not easy to do. How else? What about like a hex socket? No, not quite. Maybe a slightly larger one. That might actually work, because that holds onto it better. Yes, that works. Just a 5.0 hex socket. Here, hold on. Before I get friggin' arthritis. Nice big spinnable holder for this thing. That'll get it started. I'm having trouble getting these started. I guess they're gapped. The size of the hole in them is a little bit restrictive. If I can just get it to spin enough within alignment, it'll start going. I can't. My hands don't like me. I should have done warm-ups and like been working my hands out all day before doing this kit. There's a lot of pinching. Ah, come on, man. This is starting to really get on my nerves. Maybe I can get it started with something, or I don't think I have taps that are this small. Now walk it out. Like, that shouldn't be too hard to start, but it's been very annoying and I haven't been able to get it started. Huh. See, one of the things about my little setup here is that this moves all around like that, and it makes it harder to keep in alignment. It needs to stay in alignment for those first couple. Those vital first couple threads are very important. No, it's not working. I need to put more pressure on it and get it started on this, but it's very difficult for me to... See, I have to re-grip it, and when I re-grip it, that's when I lose it. I want to see if I have a tap with this dimension, because that can get me started. Problem is, if this is going to be the part to strip, then then I'll be very disappointed in my use of a tap. That's the correct one. All right, that might have moved stuff out of the way a little bit, and maybe that'll help me get this thing done. Why is this like the hardest part for me? Oh yeah, see that instantly got it started. Perfect. So just a little bit of work with the file. Now I need to leave a 1 millimeter gap here. And to do that, and I wish I could do this with all the other stuff, is I can go way overboard and use gauge blocks. Way overboard. Problem is my gauge blocks are 1 inch. How close to 1 millimeter can I get them? I need 0.04. 0.05. Son of a bitch. 1.25. They started 0.5. I don't have 0.4, 0.04. 6, 7, 8, 9. You would think they would have a millimeter size in this gauge. These cheap ass fucking gauge block. Damn it. I guess I'll just have to measure it with a ruler that Jacose sent in. Put the gauge blocks back before they get out of my get in my way, get on my nerves. On my nerves. Put the calipers, I guess, just over here where they're out of the way. I'm running out of space on the desk just because of all the stuff that's been unearthed building the kit. Knife should probably not be on the work surface. I don't know if there's any explicit safety rules around that, but there's many implicit safety rules about not having a knife just sitting around where you're putting your hands. All right, the other linkage is I'm just going to use the tap on the other linkage and then get things out of the way. Sandpaper can go to the side. This goes over here. The other linkage, dot, 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 is dot, 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 right here. There it is. How's chat doing this fine evening? Hopefully we've retained a couple people from Sanaton Sepa. What do you guys do over there at Sanaton Sepa? Why do you know about my channel? What brought you here? Why are you here? This is an interrogation. Okay, get that, and then get this one started. They're all gone. Everyone's asleep. This is a social sleeping channel where everybody tries to get the Alexa to say things that it shouldn't. I didn't catch that. Okay, 1 millimeter gap. We're going to do that with the power of movie magic. That is a 2 millimeter gap. Excuse me. I need to speak to the manager. Over 1 millimeter. Half turn. I don't know what the thread gauge of these is. These are pretty well stuck together though. 1 singular millimeter. That's still a little off, isn't it? Let's bring that around to a half turn in. This is a symmetrical part, so I can just flip it over. The ball joint only goes in one way. Are we giving that one a millimeter? I'm giving that one a millimeter. Which brings us to an overall length. Actually, you can't trust the overall length because the ball joints tend to be unball. They tend to not be perfectly round, and there's flashing on the end. I was going to do the whole thing. Why don't you use the calipers? It's a very annoying measurement to make with calipers, and I can do it, but it requires me to do stuff like this, like work. First of all, they need to be on. That's why I'm not doing it, is because the calipers are off. I'll turn them on. Turn them on, and then we get... Okay, that's pretty good. These are Mitutoyos, and they're genuine Mitutoyos. You can tell by all of the ratings on the back. But getting this measurement, I would need to... like that. And then I'm not really even sure if I'm measuring quite the right part of this. That dug into the plastic just a little bit. And there's all the flashing on it too. I do like the number it gives me better though. Measuring it up here is just nigh on impossible. It's like, where do I go from? Like that? That's a little closer. Yeah, this is one of those like, can't be super precise and won't be super precise because this part has all this plastic flashing all over it. And the real thing that we're trying to do is tilt the, what is it called? The spindle, tilt the spindle. And so that spindle tilt will be the ultimate arbiter of how much we adjust this specific measurement. You can do stuff like that, like measure it internally on like a real car, or even like a 1/10 scale. You'd probably be able to get to those parts and they'd be a little cleaner than these, but on 1/24 scale, it's like, this is what you're gonna get. I could count the number of threads in between and then match it on the other side. This is looking like a millimeter though. I'll take that as a millimeter. I'll also measure it just to make sure. And then I'll measure my ruler. And then I'll rule my measure. And then I'll slide rule my, I don't know. All right, that one's good. So that one gets 1.6 by 3. Oh, those are the Phillips head ones. That goes back. You always, okay, when running this screwdriver, always return your bits. Even if they're going to hit the table for only just a moment, put them back. You gotta. I hate it. It's one of, maybe it's a me thing, but if I see somebody running one of these kits or a kit like it and they're missing a bunch of bits, I can't. I throw away the whole thing and buy another one. That's what I do. Life's short. So that gets held on with the uber fragile Phillips headed screws. We just need to make sure that these are nice and easy in their little ball sockets here. Which one's the ball socket? That's this one. That is this one. Why they designed it like this is beyond my reconciliation. I can't get into the heads of whoever designed this thing this way. Remember that ball joints have a top and a bottom. This looks like it's going to break purely by my screwing it together. All the coated screws, luckily enough, are magnetic, so that helps us out a lot. Wait, yeah, we are using these. Weird. I've got that kit. I've had one empty slot for years. Every time I see it, I think I should buy a new set. I think you can get the individual bits if you can figure out which one you're missing. Whoa, that didn't feel right. Wait a second. That is the wrong screw. Hold on a minute. Similar size, but wait, which one am I supposed to use here? Hold on, we'll just let all that stuff fall away, huh? KM 1.6 by 3. Which ones was I using? Oh, those are KM 2 by 3. So it's actually a much smaller screw than the ones I used for those. Okay. So KM 1.6 by 3, and it says flat head, but it shows a tapered screw. So maybe it's just one of those things that they updated and didn't represent properly. That one's a flat head. Flat head. Are there tiny ones? Yes, there are. These are the ones. These are the ones right here. I think. Hold on, just double checking. Yeah, I don't think it could be much else. These are so small. Everything is so small. I gotta worry about the camera while I'm doing this. I don't have a fixed shot. I move my shots around and I refocus, so I try not to make things blurry. I don't know what the camera is doing today. It just doesn't quite look right. I really hope I'm not scratching up the bottom of this thing while I work on it. No, it looks okay. A piece of tape on that might help, but I've got to get screws through there, so just put down a piece of felt to work on this thing. These are the kind of operations that I'd like to avoid in a kit like this, but I guess you can't win all those battles where you have to put something in and like 3 different parts have to be perfectly aligned in order for it to go on. Oh, and I've got a screwdriver bit that's sitting out. After just saying all that stuff that I said. Why is it completely... It's because we're in a low depth of field distance from the camera. I guess I could zoom out and then zoom the camera in and it would line up a little better, but this does not feel like it's... This seems like something that needs a washer on it. And they just say to put it straight on there. Because look at that, it looks like... Ugh, you guys can't see, I'm so sorry. Like, that looks like that's going to pop out. And it's got very, very little material to be holding on. And not to mention that it's kind of gumming this up a little bit. It's pretty loose. I don't know, I feel like I need to put something on there. The kit has a bunch of shims that I didn't use. I don't know if any of those will be useful here. Like something like this would probably be good. If I had 2 of them, I think I only have 1. Put that around it. I think I'm going to do that if I can find another one, because then it holds more of the carbon fiber on instead of trying to extrude the screw in through the carbon fiber. And there's like it's not a good application for carbon fiber. It's just not a good application for it. Is this the same size? I think it is. Hopefully they don't call for these shims later on. If they do, I'll have to figure out where else I'm getting them. But I'm going to put those on the ends here because that's crazy that they would assume that wouldn't like extrude the screw through the very fragile, thin carbon fiber. More light, maybe? I think it's because the RC car frame is black and the camera is very weird about how it does the white balance when there's an object that is black in its field of view. See how it's blowing out everything in order to get any fidelity on that? I'm going to take over the exposure on this and hopefully fix some of our horrible depth of field problems. So let's go to stand cam properties. Oh no, that's the wrong one. That's not the one I want. I want this one, spring arm. Figure the video, and let's take the white balance to 4300. 4380 should be good enough. Oh God, I'm at -7 exposure. 5 exposure, and then bring that gain down from fucking low Earth orbit. Well, the gain is actually really low right now. Huh. I guess we'll lock it in at 7. Actually, let me just check. I'm going to bring this one to 30 FPS. So now we're at 30 FPS. Look at the video. Take a look at where that gain is. Ah! Flight mode! And then we bring it to back up to 60 FPS. Flashbang! All right, let's bring us up to 60. I don't think this has the same... Actually, match output FPS. Auto select 30? No, highest. No, this doesn't have the same error that the other camera has. Because the gain's still super down. Okay, well, bring us to 8 and then bring the gain up a little bit. Too far. Okay. That should give us a little bit more fidelity and not this sort of sliding scale of weirdnesses, although we do have, at this FPS, we've got the jiggly stuff going on there. That should help me see what I'm doing a little better, too. Okay. So now my white balance won't mess up, and oh my God, something that's dark is actually dark. So yeah, I'm putting these washers on because I don't trust this part. I mean, I might have, instead of using shims, I think I might actually have some real washers that I could put in. Let's take a look. That is the old washer kit, and that does not have, actually it does have what I'm looking for. They might be too small for my washer kit. These might do just fine, actually. They look a little big. We'll see. I need tweezers for this whole thing. Oh, okay, hold on. Let me get back into my chair. Back into my chair. Why is my mic cable under the chair? Okay, hold on. Fixing my mic cable, too. I gotta fix everything. It's one of those things where when you're sitting here and working on a project and you got your head down, you're not worrying about the production stuff, and the production stuff ends up falling by the wayside. And so I end up with a ton of mic cable directly under my chair, whereas I'm looping it on the lighting stand in order to give me a little boom that holds up the cable and keeps it out of my way. But it's no point if the chair is still crushing it. So these are things that the streamer gets to worry about. Oh man, that wavy effect by the camera shaking is a little prominent now that I've messed with the settings. Maybe we should turn it back down to 30 FPS. even though I am streaming at 60 FPS 1080p. Also, for some reason, everything looks, I don't know, there's like a tinge on everything that I'm not seeing in my view. My view is a little brighter than this, actually. I should brighten you guys up a little bit. Also, the weird waviness, I guess I can get over it by doing like match output FPS. Let's do that. Match output FPS, and then the video, I'm going to turn the gain up just a little bit on. Give you guys a little less white balance. Huh. That looks so different from what I'm actually seeing. I don't know. I could sit here and adjust this all day. Like if I could mess with the saturation and stuff to give me just like good video, that would be very nice. But I can hump settings all day. Somewhere like right there. That's pretty close. I think I'm slightly warmer than that, but that's 4700, so we'll leave it there. That's due to my lighting. Yeah, it looks pretty good. Okay. Now I just have to play with focus forever in order to make sure that things are crisp and easy to see. All right, so I'm getting this part in. Before I do this part, let me get the tweezers, get that washer on there, because I don't trust this carbon fiber as far as I can throw it, which isn't very far because it's super light. I don't know why they didn't just have a metal part there. That seems like a kind of a strange, maybe not hill to die on, but just a strange thing to do. I don't know if that'll fall through the screw head. No, that barely sits on it. But it's like the same size hole that they have on this bar anyway. So that'll help bolster it a little bit and make sure that it's holding stuff in properly. Very strange. I think maybe you're supposed to leave it a little loose. What up, Pseudo Maze? Yeah, so those are a little rough, and then I guess if I back the screw out slightly, but if I back the screw out slightly, what's going to keep it from backing out in the future? Now they're kind of loose. Pretty good. Okay. What the hell happened? What do you mean you lost your engineer status? You've what, for the PE or whatever? Just because it lapsed for time? Oh, you got to do the third pay reduction. That sucks. Sorry to hear, man. Rough situation. How does that work? I mean, what is that about? What do you need to do? I like how they have the AutoCAD part in front of a piece of sandpaper. That is a weird part too. That weird sort of like shape to it. Engineering and training status expired, so I gotta finish my PEing app. Huh, which will take 4 to 5 months to be, oh, damn it. So you got, well, at least it's a temporary pay status change. It does suck though. Rear F mount. Okay. Rear F mount. The rear F mount goes on, what the heck? Oh, it goes way down there. Okay. Another one of those plastic thingies. This thing here. Or is there any flashing? Some of these parts, like this part right here, no flashing at all. Others are just so cheap. I guess it's a price thing. It's a cost thing. Is this the correct mount, or is it this one? It's this one. It's actually this one. This is the one that I'm supposed to be putting in. This one does have a little bit of flashing on it. Get the knife! Knife, 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 knife. Knife him. Give him the knife, boss. The claw knife has been the raptor knife tip has been actually really good for this. You're kind of having a panic attack at the moment. Well, it's out of your control. I mean, it is in your control to, you know, the next couple months, but it's like it's done, right? At least you know now what you got to do. I don't know how any of that stuff works, so I wish I had good advice for you. I could just commiserate. Why is this step now? There it goes. It doesn't fit. Oh God, I did it upside down. Did I did it upside down? I did think I did it upside down. No, I didn't. This is right side up. And it's on the right part. I just need to get it to like snap into place. I don't want to force it, but this looks like another part that's going to explode during a crash. I mean, I could unscrew the whole thing and then move it up and out of the way and then put the part back on, but it seems like this just seems out of order. Yeah, it's not upside down. Did they not consider like actually trying to build their own kit? I'm gonna take these 4 out because that'll help me put this thing together. What the heck? One of the things I did with the WLtoys kit is I actually changed a lot of the fasteners to be just laptop screws, and that sort of unified the fasteners throughout the kit. Partially, anyway. I think a lot of hex stuff made its way in inevitably. That's too small. I got to do my health assistance stuff this weekend, and I'm petrified of that. That's basically a do you get to live thing. But the Twitch payouts have not been large, so I think I'm okay. I'm going to give them more of a truncated list of income instead of sending them my entire account. I mean, that was the safe bet. It's like, you want the information? Here's all of the information. There's not any information missing from this information. But I don't think I need to send in that much, and that's a lot of work to do. What was that? Oh no, that's fine. This is the one that doesn't like to pop out. How else would this thing be attached? There it is. Come on. There we go. Ah! The whole thing just does a nosedive. So now that fits in, and that probably should have been an earlier step. Jeez. What size are these? 2x4s. So that's a totally different... Oh my God. That would be these guys. With the hex head. Yeah. That one. Yeah, I don't know if I need to like change anything with my lighting setup in order to show this stuff a little bit more clearly as I'm working on it, because everything is black. Black or yellow, black and yellow, black and yellow, black and yellow. And that makes it very difficult for me to get on camera. Come on, tubers. Is tubifer the wrong one? No, I don't think it is. Oh, maybe it's just going in very slowly. Let me try this one. Yeah, I guess it's going in. It's just very slow. And it feels, you know what it is? I'm on the wrong size bit. I need a larger bit for this. I was just spinning the bit in the middle. So it must have started to grip by virtue of me just spinning something inside of the hex head opening. Yeah, see there, now I feel it. I get that feedback of the torque in the threads. There we go. So now I need to flip to the smaller one and put the whole rear end back on. Jeez. This thing looks like a Wankel engine. Good old Wankel and his engine. That guy must have had a tough childhood with that last name. This feels like it needs to be opened up a little bit, and I don't really know how to do that with anodized, because it's anodized metal. I probably have a small ream that I could use on that. Take a look at our reams. Everybody needs a good ream every now and then. I got plenty of reams in me. I never get a chance to use these. Actually, I don't think I have one that goes that small. This is the smallest, and it's still way too big. Well, these are pretty disorganized. Oh, I actually do have smaller. Wait a minute. Tiny little reams. These are not how you should store these. These are how I store these. Still too big. I think smaller. Some might be smaller. There's a couple that get much smaller. Okay, there, that's the size. So yeah, look at that. That doesn't. Oh, wait a minute. This one flares outwards. Yeah, this is the wrong size. It's on the right shaft, but it's been machined down so that the ream is the only part that's sticking out. The tool head. So I guess measuring them that way was not the right way to do it. Yeah, see, that's too big. Let's see, in terms of the small ones, I think that's as small as we get. This one looks like it's a lot larger. Yeah, so aside, I mean, I guess I could try to find a micro drill bit, but I'm reluctant to break the anodization. I don't really want to do that. Yeah, that one doesn't even fit. All right, let's put these away. That was just a distraction. I just wanted to show off a bunch of reams. Look at all those reams. Give them a little taper on the top just by folding down the aluminum. Aluminum versus stainless steel. You can see they've become a little bit shiny now because I've knocked that edge away, and that'll make sure that these go in a little bit more easily. At least I'll know I'm in alignment so I can really press down. That's backwards. Yeah, see, that went so much easier. All it takes is a little chamfering. Actually, that would be filleted because that's a round edge. It's a spherical fillet, micro fillet. But yeah, that made that much easier to work with. Right, so we'll get that step done. Now that we have the mounts for the rear arms, what are they called? A-arms. Arms. Arms. Okay. It's looking a little bit more like an RC car with every bolt. I kind of fear what the first big damage is going to be from this thing. I don't know what's going to break first. It'll be expensive, though. I'm here for it. I'm here for it every step of the way, though. M1.2x4 droop screw. What the hell? What's a droop screw? Oh, what in the world are these? Toe angle mount. It's not adjustable though. I need droop screws. I need pivot balls. And those are still on the injection plastic, which is just fun for everyone. These are the pivot balls, and they've got this nice big piece of plastic right on them. So I've got to figure out a way to get that off and have it be nice and clean and smooth. Clean and smoothie. That fell on the floor and I heard it. Fell on the floor and I heard it, and it's somewhere over here. So enter flashlight. Oh boy. I have 3 screens that have ADHD saying he's having a panic attack on them. My chat is super slow today, so comments tend to linger. They may not linger on screen, but they do linger on my screen. This is a very small part, and it has gone onto the floor, and I don't have a very high chance of finding it, to be honest. I did hear it bounce a couple times, though. Starting to think maybe I should sweep. Oh boy. This is one of the smallest parts in the entire kit, and it had to fall on the floor, didn't it? I need like an AI powered floor cam that'll tell me what changed and stuff. It'll be like, the part is actually right here. I'll be like, oh, thanks, AI. Is that it? What is that? That is not it. I don't know what it is, but that isn't it. Oh my god. The scale of what I'm looking for is ridiculous. I don't know. It fell 500 miles onto the floor and then bounced a couple times. There's no telling where it is. How many of those shits did they give me? How many of those did they give me? I have a laser. I have many lasers. I am a man of several lasers. They gave me precisely... Oh, no, there's 4, but do we do ball mounts for anything else? How's the front held on? Hang on, they gave me 4 of these things. Oh, but I need 4. Yeah, I need exactly 4. They only gave me exactly what I needed in order to build the kit, which is just beautiful. I really thank you for that. Yeah, I guess a laser can point out things on the floor, but what you guys aren't seeing is that there's a lot of dog hair down there. You know, I should vacuum. I've said that months ago. But there's a lot of stuff on the floor. Now, when I heard it bouncing out this way, in this area. That's where I'm going to be searching. Oh, God. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I can't believe that the one thing I didn't want that to do happened. Now, I could sweep and then look at all the detritus that I sweep up. I need to remind myself of the size of the part. So, get the part, pop it on the floor. It looks like a fucking, like, it's like the size of a poppy seed. It's the size of a poppy seed. How the hell am I going to find this thing? Under the fan? Nope, no poppy seeds under there. There are just big balls of hair everywhere. I'm bringing a vacuum down here if I find this part. I'm bringing a vacuum down. I'm going to be using it. Try to rule out different areas. Oh my god, this sucks. This whole kit hinges, the A-arms hinge on these little plastic pieces that go onto the shaft. It doesn't just have like a shaft, like a metal shaft. It has a metal shaft with 2 ball joints on the ends. And the ball joints are a separate plastic part. And that separate plastic part is given to you still on the injection molding tree that it originally was molded onto. So you have to cut it off. And so as such, I cut it off. And in doing so, it shot across the desk, hit up against the stuff that I have, because I was cutting it at an angle that was appropriate so that it would fly onto the desk and not onto the floor. And in doing so, it hit those parts and it shot onto the floor. And now here on the floor, I heard it bounce a couple times. It was very quietly tapping its way across the floor. And now I gotta find it. But it is a tiny plastic part that could travel pretty far. Wow, this is a lot of dog hair. I did not know that my dog, I have like another dog down here. Holy crap. That's incredible. Of course, it doesn't help that I'm looking at it with a flashlight, but man, I need to vacuum down here. This shop is filthy. It might help to sweep, but it might also move stuff around to where I can't find it. And my floors probably aren't perfectly flat, so there's a chance that it traveled a little bit. I mean, it did bounce off of that stuff at an angle. Yeah, you got to set an example down to train your eyes. This is finding stuff on a floor 101. You bring another one of the object with you and you drop it and you see how it bounces. That mostly stayed in the same spot, and then you look at what it looks like for your eyes. So that's a pretty prominent little shadow at the angles that I'm observing. So I should be able to find it pretty easily. This is the part, by the way. It's this. That's what I'm looking for. Give you guys a little bit of a view like that, and then actually no, I need to pull you guys away a little bit, and then you see the part, and then you can see me looking for the part, the background. Now the flashlight on the brightest mode so that this thing will be casting a good shadow. Helps to move some objects around too sometimes. What the hell is this? It's like a, ew, I don't even know what that is. Nasty. So I definitely heard it going off in the direction where I was just looking. I know that it's going to cast a pretty big shadow, but I don't know if it made its way under something. And then if it had a little momentum, it probably could get quite a long way away. I get the scope probes up, start moving stuff up off of the floors so that I can find where this thing has gone to. That's still out of focus. God. What would a laser do? I guess a laser helps you. The flashlight is a big deal when looking for parts that fall on the floor. I do stuff with surface mount parts a lot, and when they drop, I usually can find them again, but it's by virtue of the fact that they have sort of a unique appearance of the backdrop of everything. They're not quite as tiny and just sort of generic as this ball mount is, but they tend to stick out on the floor. Using a flashlight helps you focus on an area and sort of vet out what you're seeing. Just move stuff a little bit so that I can get an impression. Nope, nope, nope. We gotta go piece by piece and search this thing out. Make sure that I'm not missing it. I might end up sweeping the floor. Oh, nope. Darn, it's a piece of wire. That was so close. I'm gonna have an allergic attack just looking at this stuff. The sheer volume of dust that I am observing now. If this is not the straw that breaks the camel's back and gets me to actually vacuum in here, I don't know what is. But man, they really could have... it would have been nice if they had like a couple extras of that part, because giving me exactly the number of a tiny, tiny plastic part is I guess a way for them to keep in business. All right, so it's not in this area. I've been through everything here. Is that a spider? No. So in the open area that I've been wandering around, I don't want to venture too far because then I'll end up sweeping it somewhere, or I'll, you know, it'll end up like on my clothing or something like that. So move the mic cable over. Now the next area is around the fan and the subwoofer. Nope. All right, pick up the fan, move it over. I will find this part, chat. I will not give up. I need a better shot. We need a better shot. Yeah, the what is it? The certificate on the fart box has expired, and so for now it is disabled. We turned off the farts for just a little bit. They will come back. Can I do like I can activate the microscope on here, or can I? That's the oscilloscope. Unknown cam, no. Composite 1 BD, no, no, no. No computer. Thermals, stand cam. Huh. There we go. Yeah, that's the one. And then let's do a text box. Oh, chat's not on. Hold on, let me get a chat from somewhere else. Copy that one. Bring it over to here. And then put Streamlabs over top of that. And then we'll add a text. Which one is it? It's text GDI plus. There we go. This one's looking. There you go. That is the size of the object that I'm looking for. So here I go. God, it's so small. You guys will be looking at my butt the whole time, basically. I'm gonna check the underside of my shoes, my shop Crocs. Not stuck in the shop Croc. Actually, I'm gonna go barefoot just in case I step on it. And I heard it, the trajectory I heard was out this way towards where the fan is. That's what I heard. Yep, only the most dignified positions here today. When it dropped, I got very quiet and I was listening to where it was going. and I only heard drippy drops out in this direction, so little tippy taps. It should have a pretty prominent shadow, but it might be up against something. It might have gone up against like a chair leg or any other object that I've got sitting on the ground here. And I'm telling you right now, I am completely covered in dog hair now. All right, did it get beyond the fan? This is a piece of scrap with names burnt on it. Nope, not there. Keep looking. You guys get the overlay. I'm going to get my money's worth out of this overlay. Did it go into the subwoofer? That would be annoying. All the way out here by the wheel? No. Boy, oh boy, do I need to... My dog has not been down here in ages. I don't understand where all this hair is coming from. This is way more than I thought would be possible. What the heck is that? I found a whole PCB out here with parts on it. Yeah. I can stay over there. I think it was something I threw for theatrics, and it wound up all the way over here, which is a indicator of how far that part could have gone. Could have gone. All right, fan, you're back over here. Did that leave anything behind? No. Area in front of the subwoofer. I moved wrong, and it unplugged my mic. Sorry for the pops. Okay. Chat saying anything? Okay, not. I'll catch up with you guys in a second there. Jeez. I can't believe this part shot it. This is like the one part that I did not need to fly away. This is nigh on impossible to find, too. There is just a whole dog sitting in here. That is an entire dog. Holy shit. This is highlighting every single individual dog hair that my dog has shed. And so I am now convinced of the need to vacuum down here. Holy crap. All right, don't see it around the subwoofer. My next Hail Mary is going to be sweeping the floors and seeing if I've managed to pick up the part. Get the wires out of the way at least. I definitely heard it off to the right, so I don't know why I can't find it off to the right. And nothing has similar parts to this. This is kind of a unique part. The utility of which, I guess, is just to make sure that these shafts can flex and move around without, I don't know, without losing their attachment or something. What is the point of these pieces? Oh, hey, I found a part for the WLtoys kit that I was looking for. It's a little shock mount. Oh, that's going in here. Car bin is right here. Hold my car parts. I inadvertently found a part for a different RC car while looking for this wayward part for this RC car. Why would they design it this way? You guys are gonna see all the stages. I think I'm in bargaining right now. There's just so much debris on these floors. It is a shop after all. I build things here. But this amount of dog hair is unprecedented. Okay, so that was a bust. Let's see if it's under my desk. I don't think it is. Found a screw. That's not the right one, though. This is not the direction that I saw it in, but it might be where it ends up. My only other option now is to sweep the floors to try to collect it into an area and just hope that it doesn't get flicked into a weird spot. All right, we're gonna try sweeping. Sweeping is kind of the last ditch effort, because if it is sitting out and I hit it with the broom hard enough, it'll fly somewhere else. Looking around table legs and stuff. Yep. I can't believe this. I can't believe this. This one stupid little part. Ugh, that just flew. It just grew legs. It's not sitting around here. No. As soon as I cut it, it bolted off into nowhere land. My carpet is super thick and multicolored. Oh my God, I can't even imagine. Yeah, that sounds like a recipe for completely losing everything. Yeah, that's why I specified when we put the shop down here that I put polyvinyl flooring on it. I hope it didn't hit the fan. Oh my God, that would be awful. That would be terrible. I didn't hear it hit the fan though. I did listen to it go tap, 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 tap out and away in this direction. And I don't see anything in that direction. Always check things altitude-wise. Check the highest place it could have fallen and then the floor. I also make sure to check the very corners. That's always where parts hide, and I look right over them. I have all of this stuff. It's hard to see because I adjusted the camera, but there's a lot of like table legs and stuff down here that can hide parts. So I've been looking around those. The flashlight is an important tool because that focuses you on an area, and it also provides you with a shadow of the part. But I heard a tippy tap 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 going all the way out here, and yet I'm not finding anything. Maybe if I look in here a little bit. And I didn't hear any other like report from any other kind of object that it might have hit up against. It was just a tap tap tippy tap all the way out and away. We looked at the part on the floor to compare it visually to what's already on the floor. I just hope it didn't go like under. Oh, woe is me. Woe is me. I am woe. I have to wash my hands after this. And I have exactly 4 of these in the kit. Exactly 4. No more, no less. 1, 2, 3, 4. And I need all 4 of them. What a pain in the butt. I should have done the whole method of building the whole thing in that tin top, because that helps you keep all your parts together. But I didn't. I didn't do that. So now I'm here, on the floor, dignified, in my lane, thriving. Why did they design it like this? Why would they do this to me? Why would they do this to me? Why would you build this way? I'm not letting you guys see my floors because they're disgusting, as per my descriptions. Oh my God, it's a piece of glass. Jesus. What is that doing out here? Holy shit. Oh my stars. I can't find it. I just can't find it. All right, well, gotta get the broom involved. Double check, triple check. Man. What an absolute annoyance. There's all kinds of creative curse words in my brain right now. All right, time to sweep. I've moved all the objects back and away. I'll sweep and then look in the sweep and see if I can see it. Because I've moved around most everything here. So let me get this out of the way. I don't have any surfaces that are clear. Should I check like way over here? Like way over here? See if it got all the way out this way. You know, the way that I run this place, if I had put stuff away, it would be so much easier to find this thing. And that's sort of the way it's supposed to work. I'm supposed to have clear and open flooring that is not carpeted, that has its own distinctive color, and allows me to find microscopic parts like this more easily. But I have been negligent in my duties of sweeping and keeping things off of the floors. And I pay for it now. Now I pay for it. This is the finding out section of fucking around and finding out. Find out. Fuck around edition. Okay, and then the lighting stand. This is where the grounded shrink ray would... I shrunk my damn self because I can't find shit. No, that's not it. See, like, this is one of those things where it's going to be like, oh, it was on the desk the whole time. Or like with dropping metal stuff where it sticks to like a stool, and so it's sitting up, and that's why I don't see it. That's why the Nate's comment was look at the highest place it could fall is actually a really good one. Needle in a shop. That's very yeah, that's true. That is true. Jeez, and here I was talking about getting Julian in here. This place is filthy. Disgusting. Oh, I bumped you. Come on back over here. And there's no telling whether or not I've stepped on it already. I think it's small enough that it wouldn't completely deform if I step on it, but this cable's gonna definitely get in my way. I kind of want to get back and sweep well under things. See, if it were out here, I would have seen it already. That's why I'm kind of like going to the fringes. So, trash. God, a big tuft of dog hair was in the air when I did that. The other problem is that my hair is super long and it's getting right in my face. I can't see a thing. Is that more glass? What the hell? Everything is glass. Everything is dog hair. Glass dog hair. All right, here's technique number 12, is to drop something similar in a similar trajectory, and this time have your full and undivided attention on it. That ruler should not be hard to find. No. This is what I'm looking for. This little dot. And I'm about to drop another one. So assuming that it hit the thing and it came off this way, it's right there. So it's over here. And that's still in this area, so I think I need to look under the bench a little bit more. Yeah, because it doesn't go far. It does not go far. And so if it fell, it might have gone under the desk. So you guys get to see my feet while I do this. There we go. You have to think like the bolt. You can't let the bolt win. This is a war of attrition. The bolt will not get the best of me. I will win. It's also not a bolt. It's a weird O-ring part. Damn, that's not it. That looked like it. I was getting a little excited. What about... No, there's just nothing looks like it. There's a couple parts at the very back of the desk that could potentially be it, but I don't think it would have gone that far. That's not it. It's a piece of wire. Wait, what is that? That's not covered in shit. That's it. I found it. Yes, that's it. All right, now I gotta take a bath. Holy shit. Fucking hell. I'm gonna sweep the hot tub stream. It's just all dog hair floating on the surface. Oh man, okay. That went, so for the record, that went well under the desk in this direction. That was way back here. But I'm gonna sweep everywhere, because there's just so much dog hair everywhere. Not a drop to drink. Sweepy, sweepy, sweepy. Sweeping all along. Making sure my stupid shop is accessible and clean and I can find parts on it without being completely grossed out. Probably sweeping in front of the fan is not a great idea, but it's what I'm doing. What I'm doing. The flashlight also kind of highlights how all the dust. It accentuates everything. Whew. Thinking of getting one? Any experience with, oh, what are we talking about? Typical that you hear it bounding towards one side of the room and it ends up in the other. That was still on my right side. It was still on my right side, but I heard it going this way, whereas it went in a almost 90-degree trajectory from where I thought it was. Yeah, so it was the right side, but it went that way instead of that way. Snowy Zob, and thinking of getting one. Wait, what are we talking about? Oh, a Roomba. I can clean it once a week for extra parts. I think the Roomba would get killed. I think it would get destroyed by all of the dog hair. I guess there are dog hair versions of Roombas that you can get. That may behoove me. This, oh my God. It's a whole corgi on the end of this broom. I'll tell you. I'll tell you. I could needle felt an entire corgi out of this stuff. Holy crap. You live like this? I breathe this air. It's full of dog. And she hasn't even been coming down here lately. She stays upstairs during the day. This might be all dog hair that I tracked in. Mr. Dog. Yeah, my corgi Willow, who should be propelling my stream into the leaderboards. I should be a top Twitch streamer because I have the cutest dog in the world. But no, she's decided that she doesn't want to be a duo anymore. She's left me to do all the engineering down here. She hasn't done a single equation in ages, but She used to come down here and sleep. It's just I'm too boisterous for her quiet time. And then for a little while, she was sleeping just outside of the shop, which was fine because I could train a camera on her still. But her leg is troubling her right now. She's got a little bit of an orthopedic thing going on with tendons in her leg. So she hasn't been coming down to visit. Whew. Oh, that's right. Yeah, I remember when that was leaked, wasn't it? They had maps of people's apartments and stuff. Did Amazon buy Roomba? I didn't know they did that. It's nice. It's nice. I love the new internet where we have no private information at all. It's great. I love that they just decided that they could sell information about us, and that doesn't belong to us at all because we clicked through on a bunch of text that we didn't have time to read. I love it, and I like how legislators still think that the internet is a series of tubes and they have zero awareness of what goes on in the modern age. And or they just ignore it. Hey, CosmoQuest X, what's going on? Yeah, why can't we get a cut of our own private information? What's their problem? How's it going, CosmoQuest? We're still building that RC car, and that RC car requires 4 very unique parts. You came here just the right time because what is it, 20 minutes ago? I cut one of these parts out of the little tree branch thing that it was attached to, and it smashed up against some stuff on my desk, and then I hear on the wood floors in here a tap, 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 getting quieter and quieter. It turns out it ended up way behind stuff on the right side under my desk. But I was crawling on my hands and knees for a little while looking for that thing. I don't know why they designed this way. They wanted ball joints on either side of the A-arm, and I guess they decided to have a pin that went up to ball joints instead of having, you know, the screw-in ball joints or any of the other kinds of ball joints that actually work for these things. Yeah, we've seen that happening quite a bit as well. Like if I talk about BMW Minis and how I want to look at a BMW Mini and maybe get a test drive, all of a sudden I get ads for them. Now there's a little bit of that, there's an effect, there's like a cognizant effect of that. Like for instance, my brother and I have my goduncle, I don't know, uncle, we'll just call him uncle, have my great uncle, grunkle, we have his Porsche 356 kit car, and we've been kind of selling it back and forth between us. And so the last time I sold it to my brother, we took it for a test drive around Maryland, and all of a sudden there's another Porsche 356, and we had never seen before. That is a cognitive effect. If you get a car, you suddenly start seeing others of that car. I think there's a name for it. It's not just confirmation bias, but yeah, I have experienced that before. And so when you talk about something and it suddenly comes up in an ad, there is an element of that, but sometimes it's a little bit too on the nose, and you got to wonder if these things are actually, oh, they don't listen to you at all. They listen for keywords. Well, what if one of those keywords happens to be a thing that you're selling ads for? If there is a new hot ad for a product, try mentioning the product a couple times. It might show up on your feed a little bit more than you think. Meinhof phenomenon. That makes sense. It's like if you see like a little bit of an obscure ad for something that you're totally not interested in, try mentioning it and see what happens. Mention it out loud. See if you start to see too many of those ads. Yeah, like a 1989 Volvo, and you suddenly see some more all over the place. Man, I should get an old Volvo. I have a 1999 station wagon, a BMW station wagon, and the Volvo, the person who has a V70 station wagon suddenly started parking across from where I park my car. It's like, hold on a minute. Are we best friends now? How am I going to cut off these other ones without sending them into orbit? These are not large. They're not large, and I need to cut them pretty precisely. Put a finger on it. Yeah, I guess inside a bag would work too. Oh, dear God. Filling me with the fear of the maker. I am not a little tiny micro person that fights bugs for a living. Who do they expect to be building these kits? I don't have tiny little hands or mandibles of any kind. I am now expected to get rid of that flashing somehow. Just put it together on the ground. Bader Meinhof. Bader-Meinhof phenomenon. Bader-Meinhof gang was the name of a German terrorist group in the 1980s. What the hell? What the hell is going on in the 80s? Don't answer. I'm all sweaty now from that. That was obnoxious. That was really, really annoying. And next we got to do these. Don't drop it. Don't drop that. Dun-da-da. Don't drop that. Dun-da-da. Oh, God, we need more light. The light makes me hot. Whew. These might just have to have seams on them. I don't know what they expected here. We made it super tiny because we can. Are we popular yet? Why is everybody looking at me like that? It's like some of these you just can't tell. All right, you get off of there. Go right there. Further onto the desk. Jazzercise. No way. The best 80s. Whoa, wait a minute. That might have been 90s. Was the Crystal Light exercise video. Who knew sugar-free powder could make you dance that hard? Might have been 1989. I'm not sure about that. The claw knife is what I'm using to get rid of the flashing. The flashing being when you mold a part, sometimes there's little bits left over on the part of the stuff that you used in order to get the plastic into the part. And flashing is that plastic. And sometimes it's the interface between the two layers of the mold. Sometimes it's the stuff that connects it, left over from when you cut the part off of the tree. More prominent in model building, but, you know, this is similar. Although these parts are functional instead of decorative. This set is the iFixit kit. I don't know what specific one it is. I like it a lot. It's just from whatever kit iFixit offers. I would endorse this fully because I think it's a very good tech screwdriver, and I've never lacked for bits on this kit. Excuse me. There's a larger set too. Yeah, iFixit you can get from like Micro Center too. Of course, Micro Center is kind of awesome, but you know, there's a whole different story. Just getting rid of the little bits here. Giving it a little once over. He's like Bob Ross, but he's building an RC car. Just whack that brush. Whack it all out. Problem is I can barely see what I'm doing too. This is at my limit, and I work with surface mount electronics. So the additional parts that I bought for this car get here on Saturday. My PCBs were in Pennsylvania, so I think we have a VCO to build very, very soon. And then we'll be back on Burn the Subs because we need to do the Node-RED stuff. That's sort of where we're at with projects here. This is going to spill over into actual projects because I want to build something to house all of the electronics in. I need to put all the electronics in something. So, and I actually need to move my mouth around when I talk more because I don't have enough enunciation. Insights into the streamer's mind. All right, I'm trying to catch an edge here. There we go. Smooth as it's gonna get. Next, one more to do. There's barely anything on this one. These are such weird, and they don't look anything like the real part. The real part, I mean, like by comparison, it's so different. And then bring in the microscope. Where is that? Right there. I mean, like, all the nuance is gone. Very strange. Well, let's fit them in so that I don't lose them again. Oh yeah, I need to do this part now. So this one's also attached to this huge injection piece right there. I can just sand that off pretty easily. I don't think it would hit anything, but it's just good practice to get rid of it. Man, I'm all sweaty from my crawling around on the ground. That part did a number on me. I think I'm going to use a file. I think it's more controllable. Maybe I could use a Dremel. That's overkill. That's totally overkill. All right, that looks pretty good. Hole looks okay. Make sure this moves around a little bit. Not bad. Okay. Close this off with one on each side. Is that it? No washers? Yeah, it's just these. It like can't seat on both of them. Like there's less shaft than there is ball. Hold on a second. I should probably check what I say. All of that just to build that. Strange. Strange. Let's do the other one. He's all shaft and no ball. Claw's not very good at cutting these little pieces off, just because it bends like this, and so it's like you're like trying to push this thing down, and then the end ends up hitting the table, and you can't get a full cut. Okay, there's that. One shaft, please. Where did it go? Cool. That's nice. Like losing that. Let's see. There it is. The only reason this kit is taking so long is because of my brief descent into madness. Because one of these parts flew away. But now we're back on track. Back in the saddle. I'll be back in the high life again. There we go. Weirdest part I've ever seen on an RC car, for sure. Okay, so what am I doing with the other facets of this thing? Well, it looks like I can capture them by putting... Let's get the microscope out of here. Capture them by putting that bar on, and that bar is held in by 2x4s, 2x4s. I don't know what these sizes. I think it's width and thickness, so it's an M2. But then 4 millimeters. It doesn't seem like 4 millimeters to me. It looks like 2 or 3. But I guess that's what they are. All right, bigger hex bit. And the other thingy-majig, this thing. And these will sit with that little piece forwards and upwards, because that sets the amount of travel. I'm on the wrong spot. We're over here. There we go. Yeah, there's a little piece of plastic that this hits up against, and that keeps this from going too far downwards, although I'll probably want the maximum amount of travel for this thing. Wouldn't be this kit if it didn't fight me. What the? So they show it going on in this step. This is ridiculous. I should not have been charged with... We should have put the A-arms on before this stuff. But I'm back to taking these off because I can't get that bar in there with its pins. Hey, thanks for stopping by, Nate. I appreciate you. Y'all over in YouTube are very brave to comment in a completely dead chat. But yeah, thank you. Thank you for hanging out. This entire transmission should have been out. We shouldn't have even put it in before putting these A-arms on. Silly, silly kit. Why have the steps in the order that they are? Why do it this way? Maybe they did a revision or something, and that's what made it necessary to pull this thing. All right, give me these. Jeez. So now I can get this part here and put the two A-arms in place. And bring you guys a little closer. There you go. If I was one of those psychos, I could make a stop-motion animation of this thing going together, where all the parts just kind of fly into place. Actually, that would be pretty cool. You know, the company that made this thing should totally have created a video of it going together. They probably do have videos of it going together, but I mean like from their CAD files or anything, because if they did, they would realize that a couple of these steps are just completely out of order, and it would have made sense to do them in a different order. Or maybe they thought, let's make them take apart the components so they know how to do it. Maybe it's like a, you know, kind of like My Summer Car teaches you the race course simply by virtue of you having to use the race course in order to get to town without getting in trouble. Is there a little toe in on these? Seems like it. Yeah, there's a little bit of toe in. I guess that's by design. What part is pushing up against? Is it this guy? Kind of looks like that guy. They call that 1 point... No, wait, that's a steel pin. M 1.2 by 4. I think that's M 1.2 by 4. Can you tell that visually? I certainly can't. I'll just try to put it in there. Smart. Sometimes it's a burden to be this smart. First try. Jeez. First try, first try. Absolutely the wrong size. Completely and utterly the wrong size. You go back over there. So M1, no, M1.2, which I don't even know, 1.2, how can I tell? By 4. Where might that come from? None of these really look like the right thing. Maybe it's that. That's the wrong size. Do I only have one extra of those? No, it's gotta be in here. It's gotta be in here, surely. Is it that? That's way too long. I think that's a different fastener entirely. It's not even close to one of these. This, I think, is the size that I'm looking for. Although they show it as a silver screw, though. Droop screw. What the hell even? What the hell's a droop screw? Droop screw. Which one of y'all is a droop screw? Oh, this one. No, wait, this one was the slightly larger. Are those the same size? No, these are. This one's smaller. I'm looking for the smaller one. You? Is it you? It is you. I wonder if these are droop screws. Wait a minute, this is a totally different one. No, that's still, those are hex head. This one is probably Phillips. Phillips? Yeah, you're Phillips. I think you're the right one. You're all the wrong ones. Might be a right one amongst them, amogus them. There's some weird screws in this kit. I'm unintentionally organizing the screws. I did not mean to do this. This is not something that I was going to do with this model kit. Huh. I mean, I don't need them now. What size? Yeah, that's like a very, very small pilot hole. Very small indeed. Those are different sizes. Yeah, it's hex head. I don't know. I feel like this odd screw might mean that the screw that I'm looking for isn't in here. Like maybe it got replaced by a non-fitting screw. Or I could be taking crazy pills. That could also be what's going on. That's a totally different one. Nope, 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 nope. Ah, what's that? Nope, this is okay, that's this one. Not the right one. Not the right one. Okay, so maybe I just don't have this screw. It's not totally necessary. This is to set the ride height. There should be 4 of those, though, depending on what the... I don't know what the other arms use to set ride height. All right, I'm going to clear up my front area here. I believe we lost 20 minutes to me rolling around on the floor looking for that stupid thing. So yeah, these are not necessary. These should be shuffled over here. I'm missing one. No idea where it is. The forceps are going back in the pencil bin. And we're going to move on from this step. Oh, was the screw I was looking for stuck to that? No. So we're going to put the transmission back in. Again. Hello? What's going on here? Oh, there we go. It just fights a little bit. Yeah, the magnetic screwdriver is like fully necessary to build this thing. This has been a complicated kit. Mostly just the challenge of working with stuff this small. Group screws aren't really to set ride height. What are they for? What did he do? What the dog doing? Because I can't find the proper screws for it. I have one. I don't know where the other one is. Do they just keep it from binding by going too far? Because there's already a thing there. I thought it would be ride height. Oh my god, that was impossible. So how do these A-arms feel? Loose. They feel nice and loose. Good. Plenty of movement on them, but not too much. So those will stay dry. Those will stay dry. Oh, where are we with this thing? I'm getting close to having at least like part of the suspension assembled. You know, you lift up a car, the wheel drops down a bit before it's off the ground. It's like that bit. So, wait. Oh, so you're... Wait, but why does that need an adjustment? Why would that need an adjustment, though? You're just trying to keep it from unseating the axles? Or when it's in the air, you want a certain amount of suspension beneath. Brass shim, huh? And then a flanged bearing. And a CVD that we're actually going to put the WLtoys upgrade CVs in there. Because they're the same thing. They're the same part. Well, let's make sure they're the same part. Let's take a close look. If I find another one of these screws, I don't know which screws specifically are supposed to be going into those drop limiters. Unless it was some of those grub screws that fell out. No, it wasn't the grub screws. Why are there grub screws? Is that supposed to be a grub screw? No. So in a jump, you want it to... Oh, there's why we have a grub screw. Please note that this screw is bigger than 2.0 millimeter diameter. Okay, so we got to make the A-arm now. It's going to require a little bit of grease. I need these shims. So let's make a nice little area for it over here. I need these ball joints too. I know you don't like talking too much shorts, but you're my resident expert, and so I defer to your vast knowledge of such things. Oh, that's a lot of parts. Oh, that's a lot of parts. Oh, that's a lot of parts. There's more grub screws and more washers. It's all washers and grub screws. Oh my god. It's all so many parts. We're not going to make it out of this one alive, chat. There we go. So let's see what the difference between these A-arms are. Let me just get everything sort of out of the way. Sorry, these axles. So many washers. God. Okay. Carefully. You missed earlier when I had a part fly away. It broke. I popped it off of the thing that it was attached to, and it flew 1,000 miles from where it was. So they've got a little bit more Delrin on the outside, but otherwise it's looking like it's pretty much the exact same part. I think I'm going to use the upgrade part. Technically not for this kit, and I think they're probably pretty much the same quality. There's a little bit more Delrin on one, but the other one is blue. That's pretty much the entirety of my observations here. This one might be a little bit more flexible too. Well, let's see if they are. Oh yeah, look at that. Not that that's any particular advantage. blue axles it is. So, flange bearings abound. And I throw some grease inside of them. Right in the flange. You guys are so lucky that you were not privy to the horror show that I found on the floors. There was so much dog hair, and I don't know how it even got in here. I mean, I do, the dog, but got in here by the dog. I mean, that's simple. But I'm actually going to do a different syringe tip. I got a little sick of this one yesterday. Let's try this, but then flush cut it just a little bit above the taper where it is right now. So yeah, those are the ones that I bought when I thought I was doing 2 WLtoys kits. But those are WLtoys upgrades, and they're pretty good. I think they're the only good WLtoys part that I got. Okay, that was a little bit extra. So now I need much less pressure on this in order to get grease in there. You ever done a wheel bearing job? Do you like wrestling movies? It's a gladiator movie, sorry, wrong quote. Wheel bearing jobs are always just greasy messes. Oh, those are Mini Z. Okay, well, here we are, and I've got nice bearings. Nice bearings, bro. This one I'm gonna have to wipe off, but I need the tweezers. My fingers are too grubby and large to help with this. That's the stuff. Whoa, there it goes. On a mission. Yeah, were those recommended for the WLtoys? Maybe they didn't even, they might have said Mini Z and they didn't even recommend them specifically for the WLtoys. It's just a standard size. Why isn't that spinning? Spinning like this. My head feels like a frisbee. All right, just making sure that I've greased all of my greasy things. Yeah, short lurker, you missed about 20 minutes of me searching on the floor for the little end caps for the axle that we're putting together. They have a shaft that goes through, but then they have little rounded end caps on either end for some reason, and they were still on the parts tree, and when I cut one of them off, it flew away and it hit something on the desk and then it fell on the floor. And so I had basically like a 4mm part that I had to find somewhere on the floor, and there's only 4 in the model kit. Would have been nice if they could have provided an extra, but no extras here. So I had to be extra and actually find it somewhere on my floors. I ended up finding it in the end, but that was a big derail of the entire stream. All right, inside and outside bearings, as is typical. Oh, wow, those fit kind of loose. Okay, well, that one fit loose. That one's on. Okay. Let's see, this goes through. It's where it's nice and loose and spinny. And, oh, there's a washer on the inside. Yeah, that's such a loose fit. That's an unfortunately loose fit. And then tweezers, yeah, here. Tweezers, and it gets one of these. Each one of these gets an inside shim. Okay. Okay, who's the Joker? Come on. Just... Got him. Yeah, the rear toe. You saw the bit of rear toe after installing it. Should be able to figure out what those plastic ball inserts over the inner hinge pin does. I have no idea. I really don't know, actually. I'm not sure. I saw the toe in. Do you what? Replace this part and it'll give it less toe in? Which one did I just put? I put one on that. Let's get another one. Ugh, it did a flip. Yeah. Yoink. And then on this thing, I have to install the ball, which gets a brass shim. And there's flashing around the top there that I'm going to get rid of with the knife. The rear cap will be the piece that sets your toe. But it's unadjustable. I'd have to get another one. I don't understand. I guess you just buy one that has a different toe. I think it's a little small to 3D print. Yeah, maybe there's optional parts somewhere. I guess they couldn't figure out how to make that adjustable with like a screw. So I suppose these are the ideal settings, whatever I have right now. Woo 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 is what I hear coming from the front door. My guard dog is ever vigilant. Get off. Get off. There we go. Yeah, I guess simplicity. Did you see this carbon fiber part that I don't trust at all? They did the top ball mount with a carbon fiber part that has some of the thinnest layers of carbon fiber that I think I've ever seen. And it's the screws that you put it in with look like they're about to just machine themselves through the holes that are there. So I put some washers on it, but I guess you're supposed to like loosen this part so that these are nice and easy to move, I guess. But it seems like just kind of a weird design choice. Why not put a metal part in there? That's a very vulnerable position because it's up high on the model. Where'd the other bit go? There it is. Don't want to lose them. My aftermarket parts, my first aftermarket parts on this are coming here on Saturday. That's when I'll have wheels for this thing. Unless I go Prius wheels, which I don't want to do. I don't really... The Prius body was just a joke that I may bring into fruition at some point. Oh yeah, I guess they're obsessed with weight, the weight being down below. You want to have your weight low on these cars because that keeps it on the road. Little bits of flashing on some of these parts. Name of the game today is flashing. It's also a fun pastime. Okay, get all that nice and smooth. That one doesn't look smooth. Not smooth, but smooby. Okay, axle. Wait, this isn't the one that I put the bearings in. Oh, well, I got bearings for it. I wonder what these little side pieces are. These little side eyelets that it has. Maybe it's some iteration of this model. They had an inner bearing And there was like a cover that went over these. And they decided to just use shoulder bearings in the end. What nationality is this design? Who does Atom? Chinese, right? I think so. Whew, lots of flashing in there. Jeez. It's enough to make your axles not axle properly. There we go. Then a shaft. This goes here. Shaft through it. Should be nice and loose. That's smooth. Smooth, smooth. So I can now put a set screw into it. Now there are 2 sets of set screws, and some of them are very big. And I think they mentioned that this is bigger than typical, so you're supposed to use the big ones, I guess. A lot of assumptions here today. Larger, rather smaller. What, even smaller than that? My God, this might be too small. Nope. Like Danny Glover looking for a gun in his trunk. Too small. And those are all the rage at YTMND. This, hold on a minute. This doesn't seem right. I mean, okay, so let's see. What do they call for here? M2.2 by 4. Note that this screw is bigger than 2.0 millimeter diameter. So if I measure this with the calipers, which have been a fairly useful tool for this build, who knew you needed a $150 set of calipers to build this $200 kit car? 2.11. So yeah, I am willing to accept that that is 2.2, and that's the correct part. It just seems a little big. Drive it in until it stops. There we go. And I'll even that out. Oh, it actually drives the shaft out when it tightens up. It actually spins on the shaft and forces it a little bit out of the way. Okay, there, got that. So then we can install the axle. Boo, woo, 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 woo. You guys don't get to hear her. All we get is the experience of having dog hair everywhere. Oh, the Delrin isn't doing anything in this one. I didn't even notice that. The Delrin doesn't do anything. In the Mini Z, they'll have like a housing. Okay, so this snaps on, and the question is whether or not it is still smooth. It looks like it is. I don't have to do anything to these. Usually what you would do is if it doesn't, if it ends up binding, which, I mean, technically that is, but like it doesn't take much for it to unbind. So what you can do is take a needle nose plier and pinch it, and you try to pinch it back into being circular. But this isn't really holding onto it that much. I mean, this is a world away from the WLtoys kit. Holy heck. That is so much better. That is so much better. Insane. That's insane. My problem is that I'm going to crash this and then this part is going to break. I'm going to need more of these. For sure, for sure. That'll be the first of many victims. I'm, I guess, going to try very hard not to crash this thing, like, right away. You know, maybe I can get a couple laps in, slow, nice and slow. When you got a 9500 kV motor in the thing, it is very hard to be responsible. The manual recommends gear ratios up to 6500 kV. Maybe I could put the slower motor in, but then it's like, what am I doing here? I want to go fast, like Sonic. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. Just fucking send it, mate. Here I go. That's pretty much how it would go down. There would be an incredible reeing, plastics slapping noises, and then another incredible reeing. Locked and loaded. I like how it spins against the shaft and actually advances it as you're tightening. All right, that feels pretty good. Pretty good. Oh, we didn't do the top piece. Got to get the flashing off of the top here. It's a little scrapey. Yeah, I'm actually deliberately going kind of slow with these because I don't want to make any more stupid mistakes like I have before. The temptation to go quickly with this is real, but yeah, I think there are pre-built ones. I don't actually know the price difference because I only looked at the full kit. And also, I don't trust somebody else to build this for me. I mean, I guess they'll know all the tricks and possibly get everything right, but I would rather. I mean, yeah, the satisfaction of a job well done is one thing of its own, but the knowing that none of the stuff has been like shorted, nothing has been done hastily or without care. I don't know what the price difference is though. Geez, this is getting out of my price comfort zone anyway at the first place. I just wanted to get a model that was like good, you know, that would be extremely good just right off of the bat. That one could use a little. I'm gonna pinch this one. Pinchy. There are no pre-builts. Only the elite. Only the elite will be able to build these kits. Oh, that's much better. I mean, they do stick up, but I mean, maybe that one needs a little bit of massaging. Cool. Well. Triple well. I just wish I could find the screw that I'm supposed to be putting in the whatever the lifter is. I know, that's what I have the exact same opinion. I'm a handy guy, but damn, I didn't expect this. Yes, that is exactly how I feel. I wonder if they've replaced it with grub screws, because it seems like, well, no, it's a very small opening, so I would expect it to be this size, but I can't find any more of those. Finding one used on eBay Marketplace. Yeah, is that where those things end up? Like, I don't use I have Facebook still, but I don't touch it. I don't do anything with it. So I don't know if their marketplace has apparently been like the modern Craigslist. And Craigslist is still Craigslist, but there should be one more silver screw somewhere. We're at a point where things have started to kind of migrate because of my haste. In your haste, you've killed her. No. I watched that Red Letter Media thing on the no scream. It was one of the videos that they hid. It was a good old school RLM video from a million years ago when they all looked young. There should be 4 of said screw, and I'm not seeing it anywhere. And I don't think it's a grub now, but I do happen to have 4 of these little grubbies. These are too small though, or too big. These are too big. So I don't know what screw is supposed to go there. This might be a screw from something else too. Might not even be associated with this model. Or there could be one sitting under something. Is anything stuck to the motor? Motors like to pick up screws. Nope, nothing on the motor. Hiding among these parts, amogus these parts. Nothing is hiding amogus. That was my shirt button falling below the table. I'm sort of like Riker spreading on this stool. Is it these? Are these the ones that are, these are hex heads, but they are small, but they're not on the level of, oh, wait a sec, this one is the other one. No, these are, okay, so these are the hex ones. What does it say in the manual? It says, check the floor. No, I'm not going back down there. You can't win this one. They show it as a Phillips head, at least as much as I can tell by the blurriness. 1.2 by 4. This one certainly looks like a 1.2. I'm getting 1.35, so that may even be too big. Okay, magnetic calipers, really? It's possible that the screw just kind of walked on me, but it seems like I should have 4 of them because the front suspension also needs these same mechanisms, right? Or are all 4 going to be in this one? No, it doesn't look like it. They give you extra axles. That's a weird extra part to have. Oh, I see. These use a different method. No, these have the same thing. Same thing. So whichever screw it is, I should have 4 of them, which is why I'm thinking it's these. Because these are button head hex, but they're too big. They're not going to be 1.2. 1.2 is much smaller, which is why, you know, if I had 4 of these, I would think it might be that one. But that looks like a 5. And where are the other ones? Is this one of them? No, too big. These are the other 2. I mean, if the kit was any more comprehensive, it would have had rounded ends on those. Hey, Pyro, what's up? What is up? Okay, get these. I've fallen to the degree where I'm organizing screws just to make sure that I'm like ruling stuff out. I'm thinking it's got to be these, but I'm going to measure it. Yeah, that's 1.5. Definitely not the right screw. It needs to be this size, but I've only got 1 of them, and this is 1.3. And that's close to 1.2. So I'm going to opt out of this screw until I can find an alternative, depending on what happens as we keep building the model. As we keep moving, keep building. Okay, so rear suspension, or at least rear arms, are together. What the heck is a drop screw by comparison? Okay, so now we're doing the fronts. So now I got to get the flashing off of the fronts. Yeah, see, there's these two. M1.2 drop. I guess they're calling it a drop screw because it's sort of when you drop the model. I don't know. Oh, wait a minute, Pyro. Gifting a sub to Cargo Burr. Not yet, anyway. I thought we'd make much more progress, but this is it's going slow, but I'm trying not to make any boneheaded mistakes. We already lost a lot of time to me dropping a part and it going anywhere. It actually went well behind me on the floor. Or sorry, to my right. It went to my right and forward. All right, so I got to look for flashing on these, see if there's anything egregious going on. I can feel flashing. It's kind of incredible how little detail can show up just by rubbing your hand against something. Just the tiniest little mark, and you can feel it like it's huge. Our hands are quite sensitive. Let me show you. Okay, get rid of all that flashing. And the other side, so many tiny pieces. Yeah, this has been a shocking amount of very, very small things. That's been the name of the game, is like, holy crap, how small is this? But the part that fell was really tiny, and yeah, it was disturbing. I had to crawl around on the floor for quite a long time, and then I swept the floor because of all the horrors that I saw while I was down there. I think I might do a stream tomorrow, depending on where we get to with this, because if I'm not going to be very far along, we got like an hour. Droop, not drop, aka sag, aka static weight adjustment. That's what Shorty was trying to tell me. I guess that's what they are, droop screws. After a certain number of years, things start kind of drooping down, and you want to cinch it all up. That's what that screw does. I keep going along this with pressure, and then the knife skips like straight down, and it taps me in my middle finger. It's kind of weird. All right, flashing on that's done. Let's take a look at this one. Just want to make sure there's little bits of plastic don't get in the way. Cause things to bind. I could probably put a little bit of graphite on these, although graphite gets everywhere. Maybe at some point I'll shoot some graphite into those appendages and maybe do it over a trash can. Graphite is quite effective in stuff like this. Quite effective. It's actually kind of shocking. Okay, that should be clean. Over to here, and where these go in, it's metal, which is nice. And our pin goes forward. Which one goes forward? Oh, I see. So this is the stop back here. So this goes here. And then we could take a pin. Pin goes through here. What stops the pin? Nothing. Nothing stops the pin. The pin just simply goes in. I guess maybe there's a piece that goes across here that stops the pin. There better be. And they're marked R and L. I did in my old car, we did replacement Coney suspension, which is like a totally standard thing to do to a BMW. The suspension is a wear and tear item. You know, it eventually garners replacement, and you get a much better ride quality. I actually have discontinued Bilsteins in my station wagon, and it made the car feel modern. But anyway, suspension upgrades are a thing. You know, you always go through them. They're a wonderful thing to do. We did this to my old car, and eventually I found my way to an auto mechanic who said, "Who installed the suspension in your car?" I'm like, "What? What? I did it." He's like, "It's backwards." Like, wait, what? He took me out to the floor, and he pointed to the one on the left, and he goes, "What letter is that?" And I go, "That's an R." "Why is there an R in the part number?" He goes, "Come on over to the other side." "What's that letter?" "Wait, this isn't the same part number. This one has an L." We were on the right side of the car. If one of those screws fell on my floor, the floor works. Oh, the Floorworks own that. I know some of the smaller parts they could really do with some extras in here. Am I under the impression that I'm missing a couple washers? No, that's on the other part. That's where those go. So these just go in. Okay. They just go in. I guess there'll probably be more parts. Cut the 3.0 ball cap? Oh. Interesting. I have to cut the entire ball cap on this thing. So where are we? We are, yeah, I've just done that step, and I don't know where those M1.2s are. I probably need to find an appropriate screw so that the drop stuff is predictable, but we'll see. We'll see what's left over when all is said and done. Said and done. Yeah, okay, so those are for steering. These are for steering. No, these are for suspension. Wow, there's a lot of flashing on this part. It's just completely, how old is your mold? Look at this. 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 That's the wrong camera. Look at this. I gotta put those scenes on the Stream Deck. But I really need to get the XL working, because right now the Stream Deck XL does not work. And that has all the buttons. I guess I could run an extension cable from the rack out to here. That would allow me to plug in the Stream Deck and then have fingertip control of everything. For now, I'm touching stuff on OBS. Look at that flashing. Ah, something settled in the trash can and it scared me. That's an incredible amount. I don't even know how much from, like, it's not there, but it is here. That's why I can't see what I'm doing. You get over here, light. I have an entire goddamn light for this, and yet. There, brighten it up. That's way too bright. Holy shit. Actually, I need this one to be bright, though. And then this I can close. And then we'll have more focal length. Let's open that up a little bit. I would not know how to spell sprue. It's way too bright. Ah! A nuclear bomb just went off. There we go. Yeah, the problem is that my hand has a huge shadow when I'm working with this light, and it's tough to figure out where things should be set. These are all the production things that I probably should have worked out at some point. Z's light. I never watched much Community. I was always told that I need to, but that was in that era, and we're still in that era where everything, every show, everybody's like, oh, but it's amazing, you need to watch it. Flash creates an interference fit. We don't want an interference fit. Look at that right there. I think I need to do this with a file, not the knife. Because it's not biting properly. I'm going to do this with a file. That'll be a little bit more clean. File it away. These are going to be the parts that break, by the way, in an accident. Because in the accident, the first thing to hit anything is going to be your steering suspension. Hopefully, the big blocker thing will keep that from happening, but I have my doubts about whether or not that can actually stop anything. I'm going to be putting that one on, the one that's on, which one? This one, that's on the Mini Z, or sorry, on the WLtoys, because that's an easy 3D print for me to do, and it's a big bumper. That should hopefully keep it safe. Oh yeah, file worked instantly. Perfect. Okay, so what am I doing now? I'm looking at the other one. Oh, it's disgusting. It's just as gross. Actually, this one's a little better. This one's a little better. Yeah, any of these model kits that you get, you got to look out for the mold being worn out. And this is a 2022 kit, I believe. The date's on the website for when they release these things, which is nice. It's nice to know how vintage your kit is. Let's see, we got 4 ball joints, and this one gets one up top and down below. But what do they recommend that I do next? Looks like we got to cut these two caps, and an M2x6 goes on that, and that piece is, what the hell is that? Where is that piece? Oh, that's these two. Okay. Multi-part stuff. That's there, and I got 1, 2 of these, and then no threaded shafts. How are no threaded shafts? Why are no threaded shafts? Who are no threaded shafts? I have a feeling I'm going to need more. There's these. These are for other stuff. These are adjustable ones. I wish they were all like these. There are no threaded shafts. Huh? Is it in another bag? Nope, not there. It's like the last step bag. Step bag, what are you doing? Those are all suspension parts. Oh, but there are a couple of threaded rods. Oh, wait a minute, that's these. Okay, the long grub screws, I get it now. M2x6. Yeah, that looks like 6 and that looks like M2. I'm starting to be able to visually identify hardware. I think it was an AVE video that I thought was really particularly useful, which he was talking about when he just started out, like out of college. He would keep different pieces of hardware on his desk. What are we rowing? The missing parts? I already found them. But yeah, he'd keep different pieces of hardware on his desk and just handle them, because you'd use that to then identify parts in the future. This might be more than 6. Hold on, let me just measure this. You just kind of get to know it. Get to know the part. That is by 6. All right, so that's the right part. Oh, this is a metal part. Somebody got into an accident with their RC car. Decided, hey, that one really needs to be metal. Really, just kind of really needs to be metal. And then I'm supposed to cut the ends off of these. Flush cutters are not going to be a good idea on that. The diamond sanding wheel would be pretty good at just reducing that down very cleanly. Or I can cut it with a knife. I think I'm going to sand it. They say to cut it, but I think cutting is going to distort everything. So what I have is something more for the machining side of stuff here, but I can just swirl this part around here and it'll get rid of the plastic pretty quickly. Might be a little slow at this. I mean, attaching this thing to something spinning would probably be also a good idea to just have in the shop in general. Make a base for this and just attach it to a little motor so that I can have like a sanding wheel. A little bit more precise when you're not worried about pinching this thing. One of those X-Acto saws. Even just putting a knife blade up to the side of it. How much progress did that make? Yeah, I'm just going to put a knife blade up to the side of it, I think. But the Talon knife is not going to do it. I need a flat edge, so I'll use this, and then I'll clean it up on there. All these things, like the shop teacher tells you, that you eventually learn because you do the wrong thing. Kind of like buying Twitter and then figuring out that you actually need moderators. cuts like butter. All right, now because I didn't cut them flat, because nobody can do that, nobody's perfect, I'm gonna now use this to make them flat. Yeah, that's kind of, he's being bullied, and then as sort of like a last sort of FU to him, they did the community notes just as he bought it. So he still gets bullied. Bullied for saying things that are patently and provably wrong on the regular. God, this hurts. Yeah, dremeling it would probably be a little cleaner, because then I wouldn't have to hyper grip this thing. It's got a little material to work through here. What I'm looking at is there's like a little shoulder, and I want to get it even with the shoulder. It's pretty close. This one shows a crooked cut. Unfortunately, this stuff is so small that it's very hard for me to actually show you things. You can kind of see that that one's a little crooked from that distance. The swirling motion of this is much better than the file straight back and forth. All right, that's still a little crooked, but okay, so those are manipulated. I need to put this disc somewhere. Physics jokes. All I need is just a couple of those, and then we could make hydrogen. Man, it would be something else if you could power these electric cars with hydrogen. These electric cars, the RC ones. My boss at one job that I had many, many years ago was very interested in ways to keep things alive, like electronics alive, when they're sort of on the move. And one of the things that he got was this little power cell that took these hydrogen batteries, and it used that in order to charge your phone. Where did the other one of these grub screws go? Uh-oh. We got a problem. We got a rogue grub screw. A rogue grub. Is it actually this size? No, it's not. It's longer. I had them both sitting there. Are they attached to a screwdriver? That would be the kind of thing that it would do. Nope, not attached to the screwdriver. Looking for a big grub. But I wonder what... I would assume that they don't put out that much power, but it would be very interesting if you could power an RC car off of hydrogen. I tell the story a lot, but there were some engineers that were living in the same dorm as me at the time. By the tweezers. Careful. This is not a grub screw. That's part of the A-arm. Some of the engineers at the dorm that I was at hooked a, what do you call it? Whipped cream dispenser. You know those nitrous oxide things that people at festivals love? He hooked one of those up to his gas-powered RC car. And they took it out and they took it for a spin, and that thing cranked. That was nuts. It would be going on a straightaway, and then all of a sudden, and just completely tear ass down the street. It was awesome. Don't tell me it fell off of the table. I'm getting tired of this looking game. This is like one of those bar games where you gotta find all the things in the picture. During the course of all of that, do you think that 6mm grub screw made its way off of here and onto the floor, where it would not have gone far, but it would not have far to go. I thought I left it up here. Did I bring it down with me? I don't think so. Those are those and this. Well, I got 3 of these, so that would indicate that maybe I've already put one in. Let me just compare it to this, see what it looks like. Oh, that is what that is. Okay, never mind. We're good. It's still a lot of parts. I know! I thought we'd made more progress today, but I'm getting scared. It's going to stick in the ball joint better, so I'm going to put in the ball joint first. Jeez. This is a lot. I'm actually very glad that this kit was so difficult and comprehensive, because otherwise it would have been a little bit dubious for me to do like, I bought an RC car and I'm building an RC car. And it would be just like the dumbest project in the world. The whole premise behind the WLtoys was that I bought it and I'm going to make it do stuff that it's not supposed to, and, you know, over-engineer everything. And that's a perfectly fine premise for you know, an oh bother stream. But if it was, I bought a professional RC car and it went together in 5 minutes, that would have not been as good. So I'm glad that this is all of this stuff coming together, because this is a worthy project. This has been, even though it's a kit, I typically don't do kits, because then you get into the thing where like every stream has like a price tag on it. You're like, yeah, this week I'm going to be streaming this kit, and that kit's like a $30, $40 kit. It's like, am I going to make that much money? Otherwise, I'd be buying more electronics kits. I need to do like a challenge, a soldering challenge. They have kits that have all these different sizes of surface mount parts on them in order to challenge you to solder them properly, and I should definitely look into getting one of those. Does it give me a length? It says cut the 3.0 ball cap and then put a spacer on there, but that's all I get. What direction does this go in? The short side is up front, so I need to over torque this just a little bit, like that. All right, let's see if these are approximately the same length. 17.17, 16.7. So this one I'm gonna shorten a little bit. I'll do all this annoying adjustment stuff right now. The Rage RC Mini Q. Well, they were correct in naming themselves Rage RC, because that thing took 6 or 7 seconds to build, and then I was full of rage because it was so bad. That kit was so cheap, and it was like, what was it, like 20 bucks? $14, I think I remember it being. I should have put, we got double messages. I should have put one of the super motors in that. That thing was terrible, though. It was really bad. Like, the steering could barely even keep a heading on it. I should go a little bit deeper into the paint for this. Yeah, I can still see a bit of the collar on it, so that's probably a little better. Yeah, the CVS ultrasonic. Oh, it wasn't a double message. It's just flashback. Got me thinking that Twitch was doing an error. You guys may not know, but I had this CVS ultrasonic cleaner. CVS that I go to get all my medicines. You know, has stuff all over the place on the aisles. They have all the cheap products up top, and I was like, it'd be kind of funny. Be kind of funny to buy a couple of these and do something on them. So I bought a couple of them, and during Teardown Fridays, we took them apart. And The CVS ultrasonic cleaner had ultrasonic written all over it. We looked at all the packaging, made sure, yep, that definitely says ultrasonic on it, and it claims that it's an ultrasonic parts cleaner. It had a little solvent that came with it, I think, or it suggested certain solvents, and you put your jewelry in there, and you turned it on, and it would vibrate. Ultrasonically? Well, no. We took it apart. Inside, on the other side of the battery door, a couple double A's, there were 2 wires, a switch, and a DC electric motor with a weight on it. It simply vibrated. There were no ultrasonic components of that. It simply vibrated the whole thing. It was like an Xbox controller. Utter ridiculousness. And they were selling that as a product. 16.7. 17. I got to take it down just a little bit more. Oh, it wasn't even sonic. It wasn't subsonic. It had nothing to do with sound. There was no audio component to that at all. It simply was shaking. If you're willing to classify shaking as subsonic, then yes, it was subsonic. Unbelievable. So the top part of the very vulnerable, the top linkage has a metal part and a plastic part. Yes, subsonic, more like substandard. Perfect. That's the perfect comment. So I guess when this thing gets into a hideous crash, this plastic part that I'm modifying right now is what is going to explode. And then I'll put another one in. Probably have to buy a bunch of A-arm mounts. I do have metal A-arm mounts, but they're a little bad. Yeah, well, I mean, it made the noise of a simple DC motor vibrating. Man, those are some good moments. I gotta find shocking stuff like that again. Was there a clip? Because I know there was a moment I took it apart and everybody was cracking up. There must be a clip somewhere deep in my clips. RC cars with anodized, I think, yeah, that's a typo. Yeah, the anodized, aluminum anodizing is very easy to do. That's going to be facing the wrong direction too. That's not good. Need to go a little further on it. Well, first let's just measure it. See if we're close to the right number. 16.9. So yeah, I got to go a little bit further in. That's okay. Dude, if I was typing in my own chat, I would be typoing all the time too. All of the time. Ow. These will do a number on your hands. These ball joints kind of dig into your man flesh. You had a similar one? Stock 50 kilometers an hour. I think this might be able to go 75. I bought this kit because the WLtoys, the one that I have back here, WLtoys kit that I've been modifying to within an inch of its life, finally had enough and decided to be completely crunchy on the suspension. And that I was trying to take up to a top speed. This one, I don't know if I'll do a top speed right away. I'll definitely have fun racing it around a little bit, but I don't know how fast I'm going to be comfortable taking that much money. Feeding my need to be a giant child. You sure? What? I just heard something fall on the floor, and whatever it is, I'll never see it again. I hope it wasn't important. We spent about 20 minutes rolling around on the ground. How is it bigger now? How is it larger now? That doesn't make any sense. There it is, 16.9. This one is 16.7. Well, 16.8. So I'm still 0.1 of a millimeter, which is very small. Let me get this straight. Even though the calipers give you these nice, big, easy, accessible numbers, 0.1 of a millimeter is this. That's 0.1 of a millimeter. 1/10 of a millimeter. Right there. So, you know. So with 1/10 of one spin of this threaded piece, I don't think, well actually where am I with this? If this is on this side, this would be on the other side. So yeah, I need that half turn out of this one. I was kind of shocked because I have a 9500 kV motor, 3-phase motor on this thing. I would like, maybe as soon as DOS Micro comes up with a BLDC with sensors board, I would love to put this to a censored speed controller and get a little bit more low speed control out of this thing. But with the 9500 kV motor, this thing rips. It's absolutely ridiculous. 1/12? Yeah, those are pretty cool. I don't know if I could tolerate the size though. This is a 1/28, and this is pushing my limits for what I'm able to put together. This is like the 0603 of surface mounts sizes. It's workable, but it is a challenge. Okay, that's probably going to be close to the size. No, we're still off by 1/10 of a millimeter, but I believe these are now in the same. Oh wait, no, they're not. Did I not remove anything when I did that? What the heck? Wait a minute. So this is supposed to be like this. So this one's supposed to be like this, but that's the opening up top. I need to remove just a little bit more material. This is very fiddly stuff, but I mean, we're talking about like a pretty comprehensive RC car kit, a pretty professional one. Overall, in terms of quality, I'm pretty impressed with it. I would love it if there wasn't as much plastic flash on everything, but comes with the territory, I suppose. Plastic axle knuckle. Oh yeah. Been brewing anything lately? No, and I've got 2 jugs of honey sitting behind me that need to be tossed into a carboy with my stuff. I want to make another batch of that. What is it? The mead that I made that was so good because it sat for a year, and the more I don't brew it, the more I don't have it. I almost want to brew a batch just for my own consumption. We'll do a little bit more. I don't want to overdo it. Yeah, I haven't been able to brew anything lately, and one thing is that I need to revisit the brew table, and I need to give it a remote controller instead of having everything on the one big heavy box, and then have the one big heavy electrical box be behind on the bottom shelf of the table, and then I'll just have a little control module that I can pull up in order to turn things on and off. That's a project for another day, though. Another day there, eh? Speaking ADHD's language. Hey there, hoser. Alright, well, I just cranked it over to the right spot. 7.6. Close enough. Yeah, I have a BLDC brewing system that has Raspberry Pi brew as well as ferment track on the refrigerator. So I've been doing some pretty extensive brews with it. I haven't done anything in a couple years, and my grain is actually more than a couple years old. I think I need to throw out all my grain that's been sitting in a bin in the corner of the basement for quite some time, and it probably tastes like it has too. Okay, so what is the deal with this? We have 1.5 by 0.45, 2 by 4 by 0.5. So these are the shims, these pieces right here. Here's tiny little things, huh? and one goes on either side of that, and then the pin goes through there. What? Oh, there's a grub screw for the pin. Okay. Yeah, I guess it's been stored in a dry space, but a couple years on the grain? That seems like a little bit, that's a big ask. Okay, so this isn't going to be easy. I need to get these shims, maybe putting a little grease on there would hold the shims in place, because getting microscopic shims on either side of this thing. Sheesh, okay. Well, I can start the pin. That'll get me one shim. Wait, no, I can start it over here. Freaking thing built in CAD. That made sense in CAD. Funniest thing about them, you get them for tons of money. Everybody gets sick of replacing plastic junk, and the actual price ends up being much more. Yeah. I'm sure that's more prevalent with 1/10 than with 1/24. But with 1/24 to 28, I don't know which one it is. But with these, you sort of get frustrated and try to replace it with the metal parts, but then the metal parts are garbage. One step at a time. Shit. Oh boy, this is rife for parts flying everywhere. Really? It's between two? Something's weird about my camera setup today. FPV racing drone. I was building them for a little bit, but I got kind of sick of it. I was living in an apartment then, and I didn't have any space to actually fly the drone. So it was, and I also got to the point where I was doing all of the tuning, all the PID tuning of it, and I didn't follow through properly. All right, this thing was not back far enough. So I'm going to try to drop this thing in here. See, the fun thing with the RC car is that I can drive it in here. Get it covered in dog hair. I mean, like, completely covered in dog hair. You have no idea how much dog hair I just saw. Where did it go? Did it fall totally through? Yeah, it fell totally through. Damn it! Careful! 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 No! Ah, okay. I think I need the grub screw to hold that shaft in place. I believe it's this one that I'm going to be using, which requires this little guy right here. Yeah, it's nice to have good axles. That's so things are completely unbind. They're not binding at all. The WLtoys kit requires a lot of work in that direction in order to get it to not be. This is way too big. That's, I think, the. Wait, what size is it calling for? It's in the next step. M2x3. Oh, so we're using the real tiny guys. M2x3. That's this guy. This little boy right here. Look at this little boy down in here. Let's get them in each one, and then I'll use it to hold things still. Oh, you just bought ones instead of tinkering. Yeah, the big fun that I had with the FPVs was tinkering with it and building. I was gonna set up a camera system that would raise and lower the camera with the tilt of the drone, so you got more of a steady view. All right, so the pointing is towards the front like this. So if I start one of these and then get this on it, this is one of the more difficult things that I've done on this kit. Nope, nope, come back here. I guess it's good that it's a slip fit because it gets locked down by a grub screw. But it is very tough to work with. It's like, just clip through the model, turn on cheats, enable clipping, clip through the model, and then just put the parts together. It's very simple. All right, so I need to back this out to where there's just enough for that. Because I don't really want to lock it down. I just kind of want to hold on to this side. Sneaky sneak. Oh, nope, no sneaky sneak. Sneaky sneaky. No sneaky sneaky. Okay, try again. Jesus Christ. Okay, hold on. I'm not done yet. I haven't given up yet. There we go. I'm putting a little pressure on the top. You guys can't see shit. Hold on. I'm putting a little pressure on the top of that shaft to try to keep it in place. I'm not sure. Yeah, well, so the plastic hubs, the only experience I have is that the metal parts in the kit from China, you need to buy a couple kits because some of them are so bad, and you get bad parts with those kits. With the plastic stuff, I gotta be real careful and just kind of sneak this thing down. The plastic ones are much smoother, but you need to do a little bit of work to get them to, there we go, I got it. Ooh. Good, good, good. You need to do a little bit of work to get them to be smooth. And it's not that much to do. I mean, you just need to like pinch it or run, if you have like ball joints like this, you put that in a drill and you can insert it into the plastic thing and kind of spin it around with a drill and it kind of works itself in. Yeah, how small the car is versus the hand. These are pocket rockets. You can show up anywhere with this thing and have a grand old time breaking people's toes. Dog hair. It's just dog hair everywhere at this point. I did a massive cleanup of the dog hair that had accumulated, but it's all going to be back in a week. She wasn't even down here that much. I don't understand. I do wish she came down here to relax instead of sitting at the front door, but there's much more going on there. It's like TV for her. Okay, do my hands have the dexterity? No. The answer may shock you. It's no. Okay, so what I want to do is start it off, get it to start going down, grab it with the axle, and then I can put less pressure on the axle and sneak this thing down to where it gets it basically I'm having it fall into place, right? It's a very strange technique, but it actually does work. So I need to get this into there a little bit and then hit it with this shaft, and then I can scooch it down until that goes through. See that? I hope you guys saw that. I know my fingers were kind of in the way. It's just like a catch and release. Yes, very small washers and parts, but I'm kind of used to that with all the EE stuff we do around here. Whew. Okay, I think next is probably putting the axle in place. Got that one. Oh, this is how you adjust it, huh? Well, we're gonna have 3 degrees. The position of the 0.45 shims define the caster angle. More caster angle will result in more steering. Stock 1 degree is a good starting point. Oh, so 2 in the front. I did 2 in the front and 1 in the back. Getting so much booty, I don't know how to act. Uh, we got 3 degrees. I'm going to stick with 3 degrees because that's what we did. 2 in the front and 1 in the back. Okay, so more grease. We're getting greasy. Speaking of which, how's it going, slime swallower? 2 in the front and 1 in the back. Getting so much booty, I don't know how to act. All right, this thing around here. Get these shims to go to the right spot. I'm gonna need to have like a bag of shims when I'm done. When it's all said and done. One of these. And one of these. With the enhanced setup. More caster angle, more stability at high speed. I'd have to look all that stuff up because I don't remember off the top of my head. So the way that I dispense grease is via syringe. You can scoop the grease into the back of the syringe. These 3 milliliter syringes have a lure lock on the front, and I have a variety of syringe tips. You can get blunted, non-sterile syringe tips for pennies on the dollar, and it makes an extremely good way to temporarily dispense stuff. With grease, of course, the grease just stays grease, but you can also do glue and stuff like that, like epoxies and things like that, and it gives you a whole lot of control over what you're doing. My God, it gives you a lot of control. Mein Gott! So I will be holding on to these with Twizzlers, or zip ties if you're Vice. Maybe get out of my hand. There we go. And then they're just giving this a little bit of the something something. Really, the way to pack a bearing with grease is to just put on gloves and just work it in there. But we don't need a ton of grease. I'm just going to give it that little bit, and then as it rotates, it'll distribute it, and it should be fine. These, I mean, these could even get a light machine oil instead of grease. I want grease in there because I figure I'm never going to do this again. Okay, just slather it all over the place while you're at it. Just go to town. This is just that big jug of red grease that I bought a long time ago. I don't know if I have anything fancy like with molybdenum disulfides or whatever. I had some Porsche bearing grease at one point. I don't know what happened to that stuff. That was like the prime kind of greasy lubricating element. I used it in everything. For the most part, it's just has lubricant, yes or no, right? We don't need specially formulated. They're always lying on those stupid things when they're like, this is specially formulated for remote control cars. It's like, no, it's not. You just want to like charge more. I mean, greases have weights, that is important, but it's like a lot of the time they're over packaging and selling you these things, especially in the RC car market. I mean, some people run these things dry, you know? I oil my skateboard bearing with a few drops of sewing machine oil. Yeah, see, that's the type of stuff. Trust the old worldly ones. Yep, exactly. I preached that a long time for the beginning of this stream. Not the beginning of this stream. I mean, the beginning of when I started streaming was, don't use WD-40. All it does is push out grease. When your fan starts squeaking and you hit it with that WD-40, you are ensuring that the grease is going to leave the building and your fan's going to seize next time. Unless you're constantly drip feeding WD-40 in there, which you just shouldn't do anyway. It's a bad idea. Wonder how hot they're going to get. Yeah, that's a good question. I do not know. Because I would use the same grease on my actual car that I do on this RC car. Hey, it's still going to be smooth as hell. That's smooth. Smoothie. Go. Give it back. Go. Please, there's like a second set of hands at a certain point. And the other one. There's the other one. My only concern is that these axles are plastic. and possibly prone to blowing up when I hit stuff. You destroyed perfectly good skateboard bearings. The reason that I have the fan that I do, the big floor fan that you guys saw earlier, the Air King, is because they have one moving part and, well, 3 moving parts, and 2 of them are skateboard bearings. Like chain oil. You know, this red grease that I have also does really well. But if my fan ever seizes up, which this one has not, this one I've had for 6 or 7 years, and it hasn't even started to show signs of wear. If it does ever seize up, I can go use my gear puller to pull the bearings off and replace it with decent and or nice skateboard bearings. Apply install glue to secure ball head. Oh. Install glue. I think they mean Loctite. Oh, which I had. There it is. Loctite. So my circuit boards might even get here today for the VCOs, the voltage controlled oscillators. So we'll be able to do more modular synth stuff in the near future. The short future? The future is short, old man. I'm following their instructions on this because I've had screws drop out of the spindles before when I'm racing the WLtoys. The WLtoys just uses laptop screws, the pan head laptop screws, and I've had them drop out of the spindles. Spindles, I guess, are subject to quite a bit of vibration, especially when your WLtoys kit is crappy and cheap. Damn it! These are stainless, so they don't stick to the screwdriver properly. They're so dead. They're so going to blow up. They're so going to blow up as soon as I crash. I'm collecting all the cool hobbies that girls don't do. RC cars, guns, electronics. That's right. I haven't seen a girl for years. Oh, this one gets 2. Okay. Skateboarding, snowboarding, DAW, airsoft. Hey, at least a couple of those have girls. I don't know, when I was choosing hobbies, I gotta take up like basket weaving or some shit like that. All my hobbies put me in the basement. I have lived in basements for centuries. I hate it. It sucks. Oh, wait a minute. 3.0 and 3.5. There's 2 diameter ball heads that I should be installing. And so I got one of them wrong. Hold on a second. So 3.0 and then the other one is 3.5. How do I tell which one is which? Oh, those 2 are the smaller ones. I had a 50-50 and I got it completely wrong. Okay, so let's do 3.0 up here. Basement is the best basement. I don't know, man. I think I'd rather be able to look outside and see a tree. I can see people's feet on the deck. That's all I get. And before this, I was in an apartment in a high-rise, but that was way too expensive. And then before that, I was in a basement in Falls Church, which was a really dingy place to live. I didn't enjoy that. It was cheap, though, at least. Okay, so that's that one. This is the one that goes on this side over here. And then... Hello? Oh, there it is. This one will get the 3.0 here. Falls Church, cool Fallout location. I found where the house that I was living in was, and it was just rubble, because everything was insmolinated for the Fallout map. But you could find just about the block where my place was. A little truncated though. That house has to be worth so much money because it had walking distance to the metro, which is, boy oh boy, that bumps the price tag up just a little bit. To be able to just leave your house, walk to the metro, and go to work. Where's my glue at? Glue? Cool thing about Loctite is that the Loctite is actually activated by pressure. When you put pressure on Loctite, it will solidify, and you do that in the absence of oxygen. I had paper towels out, and I don't know where they went. Well, I'm just going to get that wiped off. Comes with a free radon. Yeah, those are those blocks of houses that were built after World War II so that everyone could have a house. And they all had the same house. They're all the same house, just for miles and miles. Not quite as bad as Levittown, but close. All right, I got to wipe up the excess on this. In order to keep the variety up, I think I'm going to end up finishing this on my own. I'm not sure whether or not we'll do a Saturday stream, but when we come back, we'll do a little bit of Fusion 360 in order to make something to hold on to all the stuff, all the cool stuff, all the electronics, including the gyro. So these get 2 shims, huh? Okay, I can't. Come on, damn it. I read someone on forums asking why Loctite doesn't dry before attaching to screws. The plastic that they use for Loctite, the bottle of Loctite, feels a little different, and that's because this is air permeable. Yeah, we had a whole discussion about it. It was pretty cool. Do you grease the axle joint? I don't know if I should. I probably should, but these are so loose. Like, I don't think grease would do anything for them. If anything, maybe a little bit of graphite would do better. If I decided to do all dry lubricant for this thing, and I absolutely got covered in graphite in the pursuit of putting this thing together, I wonder how freewheeling this whole thing would have been. Pressure, or when oxygen is gone from the threads, it dries up because it's anaerobic. Yeah, pretty cool, right? Pretty cool. So I guess it's small ball on top and big ball below. Small on top, big below. And then fix the knuckle to the arm. All right. And then this goes over here. This thing is a sweet piece of kit, let me tell you. I'm pretty excited about this. This thing is going together nicely. Ouch. Yeah, look at all that. Beauty. Only there's a problem where this is almost, probably needs a couple more shims on it. Yeah, that needs maybe a shim or 2. That's a little bit close to falling out. In fact, there, it just fell out. Okay. So let's get another couple shims on this. Graphite unlocked hundreds of Pinecart Derby moments. That's where I learned about the stuff. It was like a cheat code. Nobody else knew to use it, but I had an older brother, and my dad, I think it was like in charge of the troop or whatever. But yeah, we got all those wonderful little tricks. You hike one wheel up in the air by the nail on the wheel needs to be up a little bit so that you got only 3 wheels of contact slowing you down, and then you graphite up those tires. This little thing, this is not for releasing ball joints, but it works really well for it. Kid with the data just made it out of an aluminum slab. That's not legal. You'll get disqualified for that. I don't know if this amount of shims is really going to do it, but I need this to be moved back just quite a bit more, actually, so that it doesn't unseat while turning. If I do intend for this to be a drifter. So let me do the same thing to both of these before I forget. Lest you forget. Looks like all the glues and greases that are on my hands are working for picking up shims. Oh. Three, four. That was a premium trick, though, hiking one wheel up to reduce the amount of friction. Huh, that pulled out completely of the threads that it was in. That ain't good. I'll have to screw it back in and just hope for the best. That's no good. I'm gonna have to find a better, I think, thread locker wasn't too good. Uh-oh, please stay suspended. Please stay suspended. No! Why did that pull out so easily? That shouldn't have done that. It should have popped out of its joint. I guess the ball joint's a little stronger than I gave it credit for. I guess I'll have to give Loctite a little bit of time to set. But that's a penalty. That is an unfortunate thing that has happened. Probably should just go ahead and order a couple more of these spindles. Well, that grip's okay. So maybe if the Loctite is able to set properly, it'll hold in place. Is that the bottom or the top? Wait a sec. Oh, these need to be... What the... Oh, no. I put them in upside down. I need to flip them. Oh, boy. Well, I guess I can go to the right amount of... whatever they are. I wish I had 4 hands. Yeah, really. Really, really. I'm going to reset the top bars because I flipped them. Somebody flipped them. Somebody pooped my pants. God, the shadows are really strong today. I don't know what it is. I think maybe I'll have to check the light levels from everything because it seems kind of dark in here, if I'm honest. Although I do have a face light on my face at all times, so. My hands are blocking everything. I should have rehearsed this. That's still too big. So it'll be easier to work this into the extreme, and they were saying that the default was much better. The default being 2 shims, where is it? In the front. 2 shims in the front. Are they flipping it at all? No, they're keeping it in the same orientation, which is towards the front of the model is the short side. So I got this right, it's just they need to be flipped. And then I'll do the shims in the more easy orientation. Won't have to do any weird stuff to get these on. But if I find I don't like it, which I don't even know how I'd tell, I don't even know what I'd be looking for in terms of handling. I'm a builder, not a racer. Push rod. so many tiny parts. Jeez. I kind of love this thing though. This has been a lot of fun. It's nice to deal with mechanical stuff instead of electrical for a little bit. There. Jeez. It just seems so dark and shadowy over here. I need like different lighting, I guess. I already stick the two I have in the wrong spot. So, short part up front, open part towards the bottom. This one goes here. What's this? This can go away. So, 2 up front is 0 or 1 degree, and they say that's where you should start. So I'll start with this. With the WLtoys kit, I was trying to make everything as neutral as possible, just as like a starting point. So I didn't have any preferences. I just tried to get everything to stick to the work like a suspension, basically. That was the goal. I need you to work like a suspension works at all, and it ended up being the crunchiest thing in the world. All right, that's one. Seat this axle in. I'll do that in a second. I'll do this one first before I get too far into it, because there's always a possibility that you send parts into orbit. Nope. All right, just dump it. These are at least a little bit thicker than the normal shims, so I can pick them up with the tweezers properly. Or not. Or not! Jeez. Getting annoying. I'm getting angrier. It's one. Damn it. There we go. I'm gonna get started on this thing as the challenge without dumping these out. Talk about tolerances. Sheesh. Gotta hold both ends and then tighten it up. All right. Cool, cool. Getting there. Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to have to employ different spacers to get this to not almost unseat when it steers all the way in one direction. With the suspension down like this and a tire installed, that's almost popping out. So I guess that preload, the droop thing, can help with that. But it seems like I could steer myself out of having this thing attach, which is something I can limit electronically. Don't drop that dun-da-da. Don't drop that dun-da-da. They're like droop screws is what they're called. And they limit the amount of downward travel that the thing can make. This has been just an amazing kit so far. Been very, very pleasant to build. All right. So I guess the next thing is the steering arms, because they have this little diagram right there, and then I need to snap those onto that. Oh, I see. So I'm using the 2x6 button head on that. That makes more sense. So that's what these two are, and then the button head is 2x6. That's this one. Okay, that's these two right here. I've started to learn to identify these screws. How's it going, Twisted? Had to identify them by the weird size nomenclature that they use. Although the calipers can also help give me the values. It's just I've gotten more used to identifying these. Boop. Are these the Fly 6 or are these more than that? No, they're all the same size. Okay. Two in linkage bars? What? There's two linkage bars because it's got this central servo linkage that it steers against. I thought the servo saver was going to be in that, but apparently it's just a bearing block. Oh, I missed the Twisted Sister sub for 75 months. Going, what? 75 months, holy shit. Crazy town. Oh, toe-in linkage, yeah. Yeah, the linkage arms have a forward and reverse thread, and I guess if your ball joints are plastic, then you can do that. You can just have a reverse thread linkage, and then it's adjustable in the field, so to speak. Okay, that. Bring that up here. Do I need to put the thread locker on it? Oh, we get two spacers on it. And what are they saying? Video to show how to smooth ball links. Oh, that's by pinching them. Yeah, it's actually, this one has slightly more adjustments than, for instance, the WLtoys had. Shit. Wait, which ones are they? 2 by 4 by 0.5. So that's not the brass ones. Did I miss brass ones on any of the... Hold on, scrolling back up. Scrolling back up. No, those don't get any spacers. Okay, good. Depending on what the cost of the kit, you know, like the WLtoys really did not have any adjustments to it. You could, on Thingiverse, print out parts that would adjust it a little bit, but overall there just wasn't anything. But this one's using a lot of shims and stuff to adjust, and then when you get to like 1/10 scale RC cars, they're just like, you know, you got all kinds of stuff like that, like the you know, adjusting arms and things like that. Pretty neat. Pretty neat. Pretty stinking neato. Sure, that wasn't the most clumsy thing I've done all day. My hands are starting to get kind of tired from this. This thing has taken 2 streams to get to this point, which is kind of crazy. 2 streams and a little extracurricular work from your intrepid streamer, smoothing out the differential housings. Even still, it's got a little bit of crunchiness because of the plastic gears. My kingdom for some metal gears in this thing. That would be awesome. There is an aluminum differential housing, but again, that gets into the death by $20 purchases that this hobby will kill you with. It'll straight up murk you with these little purchases. Didn't say to use thread lockers, so I guess I'm all right. That was slipping. It's like the ball joint has like an English size. What the hell? Make sure these are tight. Now we got to make the linkages. So 2.5 cap, 3.5 cap, and 7 millimeters between, with the reverse thread on the right towards the 3.5 cap. Okay, I know what I must do. 3.5, 2.5. What's this one? That's another 2.5. That's a 3.5. That's a 2.5. Those are our caps. They give us 1 extra. And then these 2 Jim Jams, these Johns right here, and there's a band on this side of the John right there. That goes into the 2.5 cap. So we'll do this. Is there flashing all over this? Nah. Let's involve tools in this whole process. This is actually for SIM cards. Maybe I should use a slightly thicker one. Something like this. That tapers very quickly. Well, still let me take this down to 7 millimeter. Now they say 7, oh, 7 for the whole span, I see. Edit the VOD and take out all the searching for parts. That's essentially what I'm going to do when I edit video. And I'm going to use, I don't know when this one will be able to be edited into a thing. And I'm not too impressed with my camera work today. I'm a little disappointed in myself for not being good with the camera. But that's the whole purpose of the VOD channel is, first of all, we've got the VODs that are saved for posterity. And some of them have a legit number of views. I got like 500 views on one of them. Pretty impressed. That's pretty impressive. But I have been doing all of the sort of noting down of what happens during all of the streams. And so as such, I will be armed with all of that information when I go to edit video. So I can actually edit down all of the searching for parts and all of the, you know, all the little interstitial things. I'll probably make shorter videos though. Short little voiceovered videos that I can do. I can justify the purchase of my mixer even more. Oh, this is reverse threaded. Right, right. Righty tighty, lefty loosey. This feels weird. This doesn't feel right. I've been watching the wheel ones because I'm working on my own controller. We went a little extra. Things got a little hinky for a little while there during those streams. We fully reverse engineered a digital protocol in order to make a base station that reports as a Bluetooth low energy device in TX and RX, not in what do you call it? Like, it doesn't fake being a Bluetooth low energy device. Instead, it fakes being a Bluetooth low energy base station in order to get the button module working. It's very strange. So what direction? Wait a minute. That would be the direction to put this one inwards. But oh no, this is the regular threaded one. Hold on. So now this one is the reverse threaded one. So I go doot, doot, doot. And those get closer by the second. Eight. So then if I lock both of them down, well, I should probably do this manually. Ow, that thing's sharp. 7.7. Wait, what direction? Okay. This, so I'm going this way on the one without the band. You're gonna hate yourself when it ends up being like 40 minutes? Nah, because the VODs are always there. The VODs still exist, it's fine. Going the right way? This feels like it's like crooked. .12, so just a little bit further in. .5. These are the hardest parts to work with. And this thing looks incredibly fragile. For something that's going to have to hold steering, I guess it's good that it's precision, but why is this like eluding me? Can I measure this on the actual axle? I think I might be able to. They're both supposed to be the same length too. So this one goes on the reverse side here. Why are they all different sizes? So weird. This one goes forward direction. Yeah, I might go a little late today. We'll do a nice meaty stream where I finish all the mechanicals except for the shocks, I guess. Well, no, because we still got the shocks to do, and that's going to take a while. Maybe I'll do that on my own. Hate to do that, but do that on my own, and then we do the electronics together. Together we electronic. $7.8. Jeez, so much screwing. Whole thing seems bent too. 7. Oh, I got it right with that one. $7.3. You need 7.5. It's not a very accurate measuring location. Plus, this is like bent. Look at that. It's like, I wonder. These are like the worst control arms ever. All right, so there's that. And now I can attach them to the stuff. Oh my god, it's like buried in there. I can't get to that. Which way do these go? They really have you doing this in weird order. So the small one goes inboard, facing downwards. Is that like too small of a cap? Did I put the wrong caps on? I don't have any other ball joint caps, so I guess that's that. That's my answer to that question. This one has a little flashing on the opening. Hold on. Yeah, the technique that they show you is squishing the ball end in order to open things up. Okay, that one looks good, that one looks good. So we go upper and lower. So upper over here, snaps right on, there we go. That was a pretty easy snap. And then the lower one is utterly impossible to get in. I don't know how I'm gonna be able to do that. Maybe I can use tools. Mankind uses tools to their advantage. Mankind. Maybe if I steer it all the way over in one direction, I can actually get to it. Yeah, there we go. That's how I'm going to do it. Seems like there's a lot of stuff interfering, though. How am I supposed to get this ball joint on the ear when everything is in the... Look at this. Here. So way back there is the ball of the ball joint. You can kind of see it through here. There's the ball. And I don't exactly have space to seat the ball joint anywhere. Probably be easier to do this one. Yeah, because that's totally unobscured. So I'll do that one real quick. What are we doing on flashing here? We're doing pretty good. Pretty good. So yeah, snap that one to the below. And that just pops right in. The only problem, oh, okay, pops right in, apparently. Where's my tweezers? I need more precision. Hello? Oh, that's in. Okay. Nice and smooth. Only problem is now over here, the servo saver is in the way. So can I get that? Can I get that to seat? Well, let's use the tweezers. I gotta hydrate. Make sure to hydrate. I'm doing all this talking and pontificating, and it dries you out. Did I get it? Nope, didn't get it. Didn't get it. I'm going to try to poke at it from up here. See if I can get it to fall onto the ball. It's going to have to do a half turn to get on. Got it. There we go. How's that feel? A little crunchy. Actually, it's pretty smooth, to be honest. I can feel some rubbing in places. I guess that'll work itself out. And then, how's my toe in? Leaves a little bit to be desired. It's got a bit of toe out right now. And these rub when this thing is all the way down. So I'm going to need to adjust them up a little bit with those screws. But I don't know which screws they are. I don't know which screws are going to go in there. Pretty cool. All right, so that leaves suspension to be done. That's going to require mounting a couple more things, a couple more pieces on this. It's still a significant amount of stuff to go through. I don't know if we're going to do that together because it is quitting time, and maybe I should just do this stuff. This is just simple building RC car stuff. The only thing that I'm going to do that's kind of special is I will be using my own grease, not like the grease I produce, not like body grease. I'm not talking about that. Nose grease you do in fishing, I guess. You pick your nose and you put it on the fishing rod thing, and that. I'm not doing that. I'm going to be using the red grease, or potentially the dielectric grease. Dielectric grease is a little thinner, but that should give them just a little bit of damping on the suspension elements. But man, that was another challenging day. I thought we would have not enough content to do a second stream while building the Atom kit. So far, it is not quite an RC car yet, but we've got the full drivetrain on there. Yeah, it's well, I like it to be neutral for going super high speeds. With toe out, I found that to be way too unstable. It'll just immediately flip the RC car around. So if I'm going for speed trial, I want these to be as flat as possible. A little bit of toe in, I like when racing. You're kind of like with buggies, you do a little bit of toe out and then they can dart around. But I like to have that little bit of stability for speed. But yeah, I'm waiting for parts to get here on Saturday as well. So we're going to take a break. I think maybe I'm going to be back on Monday because tax season. I got to see if I could do taxes, and then I also have to apply for my health stuff, which is kind of important for a type 1 diabetic, right? But yeah, we'll be back on Monday. All you people who are discovering my channel for the first time, I really appreciate you guys being here. This dual streaming to YouTube is a good way for me to permanently save my VODs. We've had a bunch of subs today. You guys have been awesome. Yeah, you have a good weekend too, and I appreciate you guys speaking up in chat and stuff because it gets things kind of moving. It's been quiet season. I think once we're post-tax season, things pick up again, and I'm hoping to get a lot of headway into Burn the Subs. But yeah, this has been a lot of fun. I've been here before. Hey, you haven't, doesn't matter. Cool stuff. So this RC car kit has really pushed to the boundaries of what I can build when things are super duper small. You know, I'm not a mechanical person, but so far things are so smooth that I think it is a huge, enormous upgrade from the WLtoys kit. especially given the things that I was doing to this to try to make it smooth. But it really does seem like everything is just on a different level with this one. But we'll continue with it. We'll work on it on Tuesday, and we'll probably be doing layout for the electronics so that I can get all of my electronics, all the DOS Micro stuff onto this thing and have it be super leggera. Anyway, that's me. I don't think we're going to raid anybody. Let me just take a look. Flatulent Gonad was on earlier, but I don't think he's still going. If he was, I'd probably raid into him. What he doing? Who's this? This is Oh Bother's channel. TwitchCon tickets. Don't mind if I get COVID. Oh my god, he's still... Okay, so you guys should go check out Flatulent Gonad. The mouse is bigger than the car. I mean, that shit is fucking legit. You're absolutely right. It is of the same size. That's why I like this scale. All right. I'll catch you guys later. I'll be on the Discord, by the way. Here's the end card that I keep forgetting to do. Actually, I haven't forgotten. Doot. There's all the... Oh, damn it. You got it before me. You son of a bitch. There's like social media information there. You guys can catch me on Discord more often than not. And yeah, I will see you guys. I'll be streaming again on Tuesday. We'll be doing Fusion 360 stuff in order to manage putting all of my electronics in one place. End.